In this course, we are gonna build and deploy a fully functional Slack clone which has all kinds of features that you can ever imagine, such as creating channels, sending real-time messages, adding reactions, replying on threads, pinned messages, inviting other users to the private chats, sending files which can be image, PDF file, zip, you name it, you can share anything. On top of this, you can create polls which will have a question and a couple of different options. And you can decide if people should add multiple answers, if the poll should be anonymous, or if others can suggest options and add comments. And other than channels, we also have direct messages with the users in our team. And you might be thinking if this is the entire project or not. Well, it's not, and there is more to it. So everything that we have covered will also include real-time video calling feature, where you can turn on your camera, add real-time reactions, and share your screen, which can be either the entire screen or a specific one. And you can even record the entire call if you really wanted to. So this course is not just about building a project, but also teaching you the real-world implementation of some of the concepts, like building a robust authentication system, building an advanced real-time chat app with video calling features, building and deploying an API, running background jobs that will sync your database with your authentication system. And we will learn how to implement a production-grade error monitoring system so that you can make sure that your users are not facing any issues while using the application. And also we are going to follow a real-world Git workflow so that you can see the process of creating commits, branches, and pull requests. Here's a quick breakdown of the tech stack that we will be using in this course. On the front end, we will use React with Tailwind CSS and TanStack query. And on the server, we will use Node.js, Express, and MongoDB. We will use Clerk for the authentication, Stream for real-time messages and video calls, Inngest for background jobs, which are really cool and we will get into the details later in the video, Sentry for the error monitoring, and CodeRabbit for the better code suggestions in our codebase. Everything is completely free to get started with, so you don't need a credit card to be able to follow along with this course. Now, I can easily talk about this project for the next 20 minutes, but I'd like to keep it short and sweet and just jump into the coding. So if you're ready, let's get into it. The source code of this project will be free in the description. Give it a star and feel free to use it however you wish. One last quick announcement, I have a premium Udemy course with more than 120 hours. We are building all kinds of projects from React to Next.js to Python and Go. If you're interested, there are over 5,000 students and everyone enjoys it so far. You can find the discount link in the description. Thanks for watching and let's get started. Okay, so to get started with, I have created an empty folder on my desktop. This is the name that I came up with, slack-clone, but you can call this anything that you wish. Just go ahead and open this up in VS Code. Just before we jump into coding, I'd like to quickly mention that you have to have Node.js installed on your machine. Probably most of you guys already have this, but still I wanted to mention this. So just head over to the nodejs.org. Under the download, you should select the long-term support. So currently it is version 22, but if you're watching this in the future, this could be like 24, 26, whatever, that's completely fine. Just select the long-term support and then install it. It should be pretty easy, just a couple of next buttons. And then you can check this out by opening up your terminal with Ctrl J or Command J. So just say node -- version. If you can see a version like this, that means it is installed correctly, right? Okay, now what we'd like to do is creating two different folders. One for the backend and the other one is for the frontend. In the first section of this course, we are gonna build our API and deploy it. Once it is ready, we are gonna get into the React application under the frontend folder, right? So let's first clear up the terminal and cd into the backend. And here we would like to initialize a Node.js application, right? So here I'll say npm init-y, which is going to give us a package.json file. and then we can clear up our terminal and install a couple of different packages. Now, if I was installing this package by myself, so let's say if I was building a side project, I would just say npm install express. But since this is a tutorial, I want you to have the same version with me. So I'll go ahead and just put a specific version so that if you're watching this video in the future, it should still work out as expected, right? So this is the version that we'll be using for Express. And Express is the web framework that we will have so that we can build an API pretty quickly and easily. So it is going to come up with all the features out of the box that you would ever want it to. Things like routing, let's say middleware, just like everything, you know? And then we can get the .env package. Again, a specific version, which is going to be 17.2.1 at the time that I'm recording this video. This is the latest version, but of course, in the future, it's going to change. So the other package is going to be, let's say, Mongoose. Let me just shrink the left-hand side so you can see it clearly. Let's say Mongoose is going to be 8.16.5. And then let's say the course package, it's going to be 2.8.5. So we'll use .env to be able to work with the environment variables from the .env file, Mongoose to be able to communicate with our database, which is going to be MongoDB, and course to get rid of the course errors. We will have different packages, but for now, let's just install all of them. Okay, so it looks like they have been installed. We can basically get started with a basic API. So under the package.json, we can see we have all these dependencies with the specific versions that we just installed, right? So here, let's create a server.js file. Some people call this as app.js. Some people call it index.js. Some people call server.js, and this is the one that I'd like to use. So it is just a convention. Now, instead of using this syntax, which is it should be like this. So you would say const express require express, right? Let's say you want to use the .env package. You would say const .env require from .env. But instead of doing in this way, I'd like to use import export syntax. So I'll say import express from express, right? I don't want to use this one. And same for the .env. So for that reason, if you wanted to use this, we can go under the package.json and add this type to be equal to module. By default, it is common.js. Okay, so I'll just say module, save, and now we should be able to use this syntax instead of this one. Okay, let's say create an app. It's going to be an Express application, and we can listen on a port. I'll go with 5001. Let's say once we start it, we can say something like server started on this port. And let's add an endpoint like app.get. If we just visit the root route, we should have something like hello world. Let's save, and to be able to run this file, we can add a script. So I will delete this part. Let's say on development, I'll explain what that is. We would like to run the server.js file, and we can run this with Node, and I will say watch. So I'll add the watch flag. So what this does is basically whenever you do some changes, it's going to restart your server. So let's see what I mean. Make sure you're under the backend, and we're gonna run this script. So say npm run dev. If it was dev123, then you would say dev123, right? Okay, so let's say npm run dev. Now server is started on this port. Let's test it out. I'll go visit localhost 5001. Here we go. This is the response that we just got from the backend. Now, if you do some changes, let's say hello world 123. Once you save it, since we have the watch flag, it's going to restart the server, right? And now if you refresh, this is what you got. Without the watch flag, every single time you have some changes, you have to kill your terminal with Control-C and then restart it. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. And in the production, let's say start, we can just say node server.js without the watch flag. So if in your case, this watch flag did not work, you can install another package. So save the package.json and say npm install nodemon-d. So this is going to install the node-man as the dev dependency. So instead of node and watch, you can just say node-man. Okay, so this should fix it if the watch did not work in your case. And actually, I'll use the node-man because why not? Now let's say npm run dev. As you can tell, it is listening for the changes. If you save, it's going to restart the server. Okay, so that's one thing. The other thing that I want to do is creating our React application. So I'll go here. We are not going to build it, but just to have the code base, right? So I'll just say cd into the front end. And let me kill the left hand side. I'll say npm create feed at latest. And I'll say generate it under the current folder, which is front end. So I'll put dot at the end. This is what that means. And we'll just say go with React and JavaScript. I'd like to keep it beginner friendly, so I'm not going to select TypeScript, but if you want to, you can do so. Okay, so we got all the files and folders. Now we can say npm install or npm I for short. This is going to give us the node modules as well as the package log JSON. And we can just test this out if it is working or not. Let's say npm run dev. And let's just zoom out a little bit. Okay, so this is the boilerplate React application that we have that is working. We're going to come back to it a little bit later in the video. So we can kill the front end for now. Now there is one thing that I want you to realize. Under the front end, they are using one of the best practices, which is the source folder. So everything that is related to application goes under the source, right? So you would have your pages here, right? You would have the components, so on and so forth. So everything that is related to app goes under the source folder. So we can do the same thing here under the backend. Let's follow that convention. I will have the source folder and I'll take the server.js and move it into that folder. But if you take a look at the terminal, oops, we have something that is not working because it says you are trying to run the server.js, but I cannot find it. So we can say that's correct. Just go ahead under the source and try to run this file. Let's do the same thing for the source, the start command so that it is correct. Save, kill the terminal. I'll clear it and I'll say npm run dev. Now it should be working correctly, right? Because the server.js is now under the source folder. And this is not really that much important, but we would like to update it as well. We'll say our main file is server.js, which is under the source folder. Okay, so that's one thing. The other thing that I want to set up is the .env file. So under the backend, I'll just say create the .env file. Make sure it is not under the source, it is directly under the backend folder. So we would like to get this port and have it as an environment variable. And by the way, I know that we are going a little bit slowly. It's because I'm just trying to make it as beginner friendly as possible, at least in the very first hour. So once we are comfortable with the code, with the backend, with the API, and then we can actually speed up the process in the front end part. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Now under the .env file, I will create my very first environment variable, which is going to be our port 5001. Then we can create mongo_uri. For now, just put something random here, right? Let's say random mongo_uri. So we will use this to be able to connect to our database in the incoming sections. For now, we'll be using the port. So here, let's say instead of this, we'll say process.env.port. And let's shrink the left hand side. Let's do the same thing for here. Let's say server started on this port and just put the value. But can you see how we are duplicating these two parts? So instead of doing it in this way, we can create a variable. Let's say port. Here we go. Just in case if this is undefined, we can use this value. So I'll get the port, put it right here and here. Now let's delete this part. For now, if you take a look at the terminal, you will see undefined, right? Server started on port undefined. It's because if you're using the .env file, you have to have this package. So we'll import the .env and then we can get the config method. So just go ahead and call this. Now this will actually work and you can see the value which is coming from the .env file, right? you can do either in this way, or you can just say import.env/config. Okay, so this should also work out. And just for testing purposes, we can say console log Mongo URI and take a look at the value. It is our random Mongo URI, right? Now I will show you an even better way of handling the environment variables. So we're going to create a folder under the source called config, and we're going to centralize the environment variables. So here I can put the env.js file, and instead of calling the .env config here, I will take it and put it right here in this file. Let's try to save this, and instead of getting the process.env, we are going to get an object. So you will see what I mean. This is again one of the best practices that we could have. So here I will export an object, let's say const env, and then this is going to be key value pairs. So for our port, we can grab this from the process.env.port. If this is, undefined, we can use this value as the fallback. And as you can imagine, we can do the same thing for the Mongo URI. So here I'll say all uppercase Mongo_URI, and we'll say process.env.mongo URI. But of course, for the fallback value, I'm not going to put anything. We're going to get the actual value from this file. And then we can add, everything that we wanted to. Here, one more thing that I'd like to add is going to be node_env, and we'll say process.env node.env. Oops. Let's save, and I'll explain what this is. Here, let's go ahead, create that. I'll say node.env, and this is going to be equal to development. Now, why this is the case? It's because we are still developing this application. When we deploy this to a platform like Versal.com, we are going to make this to be equal to production. But since we are in development, we are in our local machine, right? We are developing this application. So we're going to set this to be development. And here, let's say, just grab this from the .env file. And just in case if it is not set, we can say development. You can add a fallback value, but I think in my case, I'm not going to add anything. So these are the let's say key value pairs that we have for now. Later in the video, we'll add a couple of others as well. Now we'll go into the server.js. Since we are not using it in this way, we can delete it. And here instead we can say env.port. And let's do the same thing for this one. env.port. Let's try to import it, which is our, let's say, import, which is our variable I was going to say, and just make sure that you add the .js at the end. If you do not add this, you're going to get some errors. We are importing some local files, so we have to put the extension at the end. And let's take a look at the terminal. Still, it is working as expected. And here, instead of process.env, we can again just say env.mongo URI, and it is type safe, as you can tell. So whatever you have in the object will be visible right here. Okay, so again, I know that we are going slowly, but I'm just trying to make sure that we understand everything that we do in this course. All right, so I think that's it. We can create a couple of different folders just before we end this section. Let's say we are gonna have our models. We're gonna have some controllers. We are gonna have some middleware, right? Let's say middleware, and are we missing the routes? Yes, let's add the routes as well. So these are all the folders that we're going to add some files into it. And again, just before we end this section, I would like to push this to GitHub, right? So first, I would like to initialize this as a Git repo. So kill everything, open up a new terminal, and make sure that you are under the root. Here I'll say git init, and then I would like to, let's say, ignore the node modules, as well as the .env files, right? So here under the root, I will create .gitignore file, and I'll just say add the node modules, as well as the, let's say, .env files, and also the ds-store, which is a special file in Mac. I don't know what that does, but it's not important, and you can definitely add it right here. Okay, so let's save. Now this should be just 18. We have 18 different changes, which are these files that we have created. and these ones. As you can tell, this is grayed out, as well as the node modules, so they are not going to be pushed to GitHub. The reason that you don't want to push the .env file is because you don't want to have your secrets publicly available on GitHub. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. We are gonna go ahead and create a Git repo under the GitHub, right? So just visit GitHub and log in into your account. Once you are logged in, you will click to this button and you'll say create a new repository. For the name, I'll go with something like Slack clone. For now, it's going to be private, but once I publish this video, it's going to be public. So at the time when you're watching this video, it'll be public. But for now, I'll say private. Let's say create the repo, and we would like to add our changes. So here I'll say git add everything, git add dot, and then we'll say git commit -m. This is our very first commit. So for the message, we can say initial commit, and I think we can commit this safely. And then, so I don't know why this looks a bit weird. I think it's just bug. You can press Command-Shift-P and reload the window. That highlight should be gone. And then we are going to get this command which says just push the existing repository from the command line. So we have the existing repository. Let's clear the terminal, paste this in, which is going to take this entire code base and push it to our GitHub account. Let's refresh. It should be under the master branch. In your case, this might be, let me just zoom in, this might be main, which is completely fine. But basically we have our very first commit with all the code that we have just written. Since this was our very first commit, we have committed it under the master, but in the incoming sections, we are going to create separate branches and we are going to create pull requests. And then we are going to accept those pull requests, which is something that you will be doing in a company with a team. Okay, so it's going to be the Git workflow that you will see, and I'll just walk you through the entire process. So with that, I think that's gonna be it for this entire section. Let's pretty quickly recap what we have done. Let's close everything. So we have set it up a front-end application with React with Vite, which is something that we'll get into later in the video. And then under the backend, we have installed a couple of different packages, one dev dependency, set up some scripts, and put the type to be module so that we can use the import export syntax. We are listening on this port. We have set it up the environment variables with this beautiful best practice, and we are using the .env package. Okay, so I hope everything makes sense so far. In the next section, we can connect to our database and set up some tools that we'll be using in this tutorial. So with that, I'll see you in the next section. So now it is time to connect to our database, which is going to be MongoDB. And I think I forgot to show you this diagram, but basically this is the tech stack that we're gonna have. On the front end, we'll use React. On the backend, we are using Express with Node.js or Node.js with Express. So at the end of the day, we are still in Node.js environment under the Node.js runtime, but on top of it, we have the Express web framework, which allows us to build an API pretty easily and quickly. So it is just coming with all the features that we wanted, right? And then as our database, we'll be using MongoDB. So we're going to use a couple of different tools like Clerk for authentication, Stream for messaging, let's say Inngest for background jobs, and Sentry for error monitoring. But these are the things that we'll get into in a couple of minutes. First, let's get started with the database. So head over to mongodb.com, create an account. It's completely free to get started with. And actually, I am in the free plan, so we are not going to pay anything to set this up. I'll just log in, and then we are going to create a project. So once you log in, maybe you need to create a free organization, which is going to be your name. So go ahead and create that. And under the projects, let's say view all projects, and we are going to create a new one. So I'll say Slack-clone, and then I can say next, create the project, and then we would like to create a cluster. So here I'll click to this button, and we are going to select the free plan, which is this one. I'll just leave everything as it is, and I'll say create the deployment. So for some reason, sometimes this doesn't work. So in my case, it doesn't. I'll say go to advanced configuration. And then here we'll say get the free plan. I'll just leave everything as it is. Let's say create the cluster. Hopefully it should be working out. Then I'll copy my password. So just copy the password and paste it somewhere. So I'll just paste it here for now. And then I'll say create this user. So once you have created the user, just scroll to the very bottom and say finish and close. So I'll just say go to overview. And then we can say connect to this application. So we are going to connect from Node.js, right? So I'll say drivers. We don't need to install MongoDB because we are going to use Mongoose, which is a lot more easier than this MongoDB driver. So here, copy the connection string. We are going to, under the .env file, let's say shrink the left-hand side, delete this, paste this in, and here we would like to put our password, which is this one. So I'll cut that, paste this in, and here, like you can leave it as it is, but just before the question mark, I will say /_db. So this is the database name that we can put. If you don't add this, it's going to be test database. But here, this is the one that I'd like to have. And I think everything should be good to go. Just one more thing. Under the network access, you would like to say add IP address and access from anywhere. Okay, we'll just say confirm. And once it is active, we should be good to go. So under the clusters, we can say browse the collections, but for now we can't. Maybe we should wait a little bit. So here it'll basically show you if you have anything in the database or not. Currently we don't, so we can wait until this completes. We can go under the VS Code and create a function where we can connect to our database. So here I'll say db.js, and we'll basically create a function by using the connection string, which is this mongo_URI. So first I'll import Mongoose so that we can connect to our database, right? And I'll get the env. And I think this should be imported in this way, right? It's not a default export. And then we can say create a function called connectDB. It's really basic, so I will allow AI to complete it. Here we'll have a try and catch block. In the catch, that means we have some errors, right? I can just say console log error connecting to MongoDB, and we can exit the process with the status code of 1, which means error, right? Let's say status code 1 indicates an error, 0 means success. And in the try, we will say await mongoose.connect. So in the past, you had to add these options, but currently we don't need. It's like deprecated. Okay, so this is going to use the Mongo URI, and then once it is connected, it'll say MongoDB connected successfully. Now this is optional, but we can say something like const connection, right? And here we can say like the host. I'll say MongoDB connected successfully, and then we can put the connection, connection.host, okay? So let's save and try to call this function under the server.js. So here, maybe just before we say console log, I'll cut this, paste it, and here we can call the connectDB function. And just make sure that .js, don't forget to add the extension at the end. Now let's save and take a look at the terminal, cd under the backend, and run npm run dev. Okay, so server started on this port. It takes a couple of seconds, but then we can see MongoDB connected successfully, and here is the host, which is MongoDB. And I think we don't need to see this in the terminal, so I'll go ahead and delete this console log, which is something that we don't really need. Alright, so now that we are connected to our database successfully, next we can set up our other environment variables in this file. And we'll have a couple of different tools which are completely free to get started with. So let's try to set up them one by one. And let's start with Clerk, which is the authentication service that we're going to be using in this project. There will be a link in the description that you can use to be able to get a free account. So up to 10,000 users, you don't need to pay anything. They have a couple of different beautiful components that we can use for the sign up, sign in, user button, as well as the user profile. So these are gonna be the outputs that we're gonna get just by calling these components. And once you have created an account, you can visit the dashboard and create an application. So let's give the name right here. I think I'll just say Slack, let's say tutorial. You can say anything. And then I will disable the email authentication, the sign-in option, but instead I'll have Google, Apple, and let's say GitHub. So I'll only have the social sign-up options. And let's say create the application. Now they have a couple of different SDKs from Next.js all the way up to, Expo for React Native. In this case, I think we can just maybe go into the documentation. So I'll say more SDKs. We will use the Express. So for now, let's copy the environment variables and paste it under the .env file. Okay, and then one more thing, we would like to install the package itself. So I will copy this, but I would like to have a specific version. So let's kill the terminal, clear this up, make sure you're under the backend, and we'll just basically say paste this in, but at the very end, I'll be using this specific version, which is 1.7.4. So let's try to run this. It should be installed, and in a couple of minutes, or maybe in the upcoming sections, we will get into the documentation and set this up. So for now, we are just setting up the .env file. So you can leave everything as it is and just go into the actual config file. Under the env.js, we would like to have these environment variables, right? So every time you add an environment variable, you would like to copy it and paste it right here as a key value pair. So we're going to get the publishable key and let's say the secret key. Okay, so we can save this and move on with the next tool that we're going to be using in this project, which is going to be Stream. And I will leave the link in the description that you can go ahead and sign up without paying anything. Every single month, you're going to get 100 free usage credit. They have all kinds of APIs and SDKs where you can build a real-time chat application, video calling application, or both of them in one place. This is what we're going to be doing in this video. They also have the feeds, but we're not going to be using it in this project. So let's go ahead and try to log in. I think I am already logged in, so I'll just visit my dashboard. And here we can create a new application. So let's say create a new app. For the name, we can say something like Slack tutorial, and the location, I'll go with something like Sydney. You can put anything that is closer to you. Here I'll go with this option and let's say development and create the application. And then we're going to get, I think, two different environment variables, which is our key as well as our secret. So we're going to copy them and paste them under our .env file. So let's first copy the key, go under here, under the .env file. So I'll say something like stream, all uppercase, API key, and paste this in. Then we can get the secret key, copy it, and don't try to use mine because I'll delete them before I publish this video. So I'll say stream API underscore secret, paste this in. Let's copy this, paste it right here, and do the same thing for the API key. Okay, so I'll just put the API key above. So we can save both of these files and move on with the next technology that we're going to be using, which is going to be Sentry. That is the best application monitoring software on the entire planet. Now, why do I say this? It's because if you just scroll a little bit down, you're going to see that every single company that you know are using Sentry, including Slack. So we are building a Slack clone, and if Slack is using Sentry, that means we have to use it as well. Now I'm just kidding, but we're going to be using Sentry just like what Slack does. And if you go with the link in the description, they are kind enough to give you 3 months of free plan on the team plan. So you would put this code, and if you go with the link, I think this will be here already. Just fill this in and create your account. If you don't go with the link, you are not going to get these advantages. Alright, so once you are logged in, we can create a project and get our connection string. And just before we do so, I would like to give you an example, like why do you need to use Sentry in the first place? So think about this. when your users face some errors, what do you think they're gonna do? Do you think they will search for your email on Google, find it, and send you an email about the error? Or will they simply delete the application? So I think they're going to delete the app. This is what I would do personally. I would delete my account, delete the application, never visit that website again if it is crashing all the time. But instead, Sentry tells you that, hey, I'll just come into play, and whenever there are some errors in the website, in the application, I will send you emails about it. So here's an example. You can see the, let's say you can see the error, immediately fix it. And if you have a team, you would assign it to a user so that they could fix it immediately, right? So this is an example that I wanted to include because your users are not going to use the application just like you use, right? So there will be always some kind of errors that you need to fix immediately. So go ahead and log in. This is what I have, no projects at all. I just created this account. Let's say create the project, and they have all kinds of SDKs. We will go with Express. Let's find it where that is. Okay, it's here. Let's click to it. I'll say, alert me on high priority issues. You can create it later as well, or you can select this option, but I think I'll go with this one as a default. For the project name, I'll just say Slack-Backend, because later in the video, we're going to create the front-end project as well. So this is my team, and I'll say create the project. Okay, so we're going to get into the documentation. For now, I'd like to get this DSN, which is like a connection string that we're going to use so that our application is, connected to our code base. Here I'll say Sentry _ DSN and paste this in. Okay, so for now, that's it. Again, later in the video, we'll actually go through this tutorial. We're going to set up the instrument.js file, and we're gonna put some errors just to test it out. And then actually, if we have some actual errors on the backend, we're gonna get the alerts just like in this example. And since we have updated the .env file, we would like to copy the key and add it right here. So I'll say Sentry DSN and grab this from the .env file. So I know that it's getting a little bit boring, but I promise we just left only one thing, which is going to be Inngest. So we are going to be using Inngest to be able to run some background jobs. I know that sounds a little bit complicated, but I promise it's going to make sense. So this is actually more than just background jobs. You can run scheduled and cron jobs, queuing, you can use it for AI agents, durable workflows, but in this tutorial we'll be using it for the background jobs, which are going to be some functions so that we can sync our authentication service with our database. So again, you're going to see what that means. Go ahead, there will be a link in the description, sign up, and then just sign in into your account. So this is actually what I'll be doing. I'll just try to sign up with my Google account. Okay, so we can just give an organization name. For now, I'll just say consistency. I'm not sure if it is taken. Okay, so I think I already have an account with this, so I'll say YouTube. And we don't need to invite anyone at the time. Okay, so we need to get two different keys. So one, let's say the event key. Here I'll say create an event key. For the name, we can say Slack tutorial. Okay, so I'll copy it, go under the .env file. I'll say ingest _event _key and paste this in. Then I'll copy the same thing. This is going to be secret key, I believe, or signing key, all uppercase, signing key. And this is going to be equal to, let's create it, signing keys. Okay, so I think we already have, so I'll just copy it and paste it right here. Let's try to get these as well, and that should be it. Not API key, but it is signing key. So make sure you don't have any typos. Okay, so we can save everything, and I think we can leave this section right here. We have set it up, let's say the database.js file, where we are connecting to our database, as well as our environment variables that we are going to be using later in the video. So this section was a little bit boring, but At least we have set up all the tools that we're gonna need. So it is time to actually commit our changes, and instead of directly committing it to the master branch, I'd like to create a separate branch and send a pull request. And just before we implement it, I'd like to show you this with an example. So here, when you first initialize a Git repo, the first branch that you're gonna have will be the master branch or the main, right? This name could be different, but the idea is the same. You have a master branch, right? So let's say you have added one commit. This is a feature, let's say. You added another one and then another one. Now you'd like to add one more feature, but you're not really sure if you actually want it or not. So you would say, okay, let me just create a separate branch and try to add it right here because I don't want to mess with my actual code, okay? So I don't want to break the production. So you would create a separate branch. Let's say you added the like functionality on your application, but let's say you didn't like it. All you can do is just delete the branch so as if it has never existed. You're in the initial state. But let's say you added a feature like comment functionality and you actually liked it. So what you can do is creating a pull request. So you would say, hey, master branch, could you please pull my request, right? Pull my changes because I liked it and I want this to be deployed on the internet, right? And this is the master branch that is going to accept it. So how that work in a company is this. So let's say they have a couple of different features and you just join to the company. They're going to tell you, hey, can you please create your own branch, right? And add every single change that you have done in this branch. So let's say you added one feature, you're going to send a pull request. Let's say they didn't like it. They would say, hey, your code is not clean, make it a little bit more cleaner, right? So you would add one more commit with the updated changes, and then you would send the pull request. Then if they accept it, your code will be right here. And then you can delete this branch, right? So you can delete this, but you have the latest changes right here. So I hope that makes sense. But at the end of the day, you're creating separate branches. And once you are done with it, you would send pull requests. Okay, so this is what we're going to be doing. Currently, we are in the master branch. Let me just say Command-Shift-P and view the toggle the status bar visibility. Okay, so from right here, as you can tell, we are on the master branch. Here I'll click to it and I'll say create a new one. For the name, I think I can just say db config and create that. Now here we can go ahead, add all of our changes. I can shrink this. So I'll say add every single change. And then we can add a commit, like let's say db connected and env.js, let's say completed or something similar. So commit this. Okay, so we have our commit and we need to publish our branch. So I'll just click to it. Now we can, so just ignore these. We can take a look at our GitHub account with this repo. We should be able to see something like compare the pull request. So I'll say click to it and create the pull request. So if you were in the team, you would create the pull request and the senior guy, the senior teammate would see your changes and, accept it or reject it. So in your case, this UI might be a little bit different. I'll get into it in a second, but once you are done with everything, let's say your teammate liked your code, they can just say merge the pull request. And you can do it as well since we are the owner of this repo. So here I am using CodeRabbit AI. Probably you don't have this. If you want to, there will be a link in description. You can basically get it for 14 days completely free without paying anything. So this is like a senior software developer in your team that is going to see if you have any kind of bugs in your code base, or it'll give you some suggestions that could be related to, refactoring your code base, best practices, you name it, it could be anything. And while I was talking, I think we just got those suggestions. So first we have a walkthrough as well as a summary, like what we have added. Here are the every single detail for every single file. And then a sequence diagram, like what is going to happen. Server is going to start it, connect to the database, attempt using this string, so on and so forth. And I think we have some nitpick comments. So let's see, what do we have? So it says remove or wire up Clerk Express and Node engine specification, which is completely fine. So here it says you can add this part. I think it's fine. We can skip that. And here it says instead of having this connection immediately, just have a if statement. If you don't have the environment variable, throw an error. Like this is a perfect code, a perfect refactoring that we could do. But just to keep this simple, I'm not going to add it. And then here it says, I think you can just remove the process.exit, instead throw an error, and probably right here add an exit. Yeah, so that's what I was talking about. It says run this in a try catch, and in the catch just exit it with status code of 1, which is fine, and I think what we have is also fine. So here you can see you're gonna get all kinds of suggestions that you would need. Again, the link will be in the description. You can get the first 14 days for completely free without paying anything. And then if you're done with everything, you can just say merge the pull request. So this is what I'll be doing. I'll just say merge this request, confirm the merge, and this should be good to go. All right, so let's go right here. Okay, now we just got the latest commit, and in our code base, let's try to go to the master branch. Let's say master. Now we would like to get the latest changes, because if you take a look at it, this is old. We're gonna get the latest. So here I will click to this one, and it should sync this up with the GitHub account. All right. So I hope everything makes sense at this point. With that, hopefully I'll see you in the next section. So in this section, we would like to implement the authentication on the front end. Now, normally I said we're gonna build the backend completely and then jump into the front end, but there will be some kind of issue on the front end that I'd like to show you, and then we're gonna talk about the solution. So like how can we fix it on the backend part? All right, so let's go under the front end. I'll open up the terminal. Let's say cd into the folder, and let's say npm run dev. Okay, so this is the current output that we have. I am just zoomed in a little bit. Let's try to clear this code base, get rid of the boilerplate. So we're going to delete the app.css. We don't really need it. Under the app.jsx, I think we can just delete everything and say RAFCE. So this is coming from an extension. Let's say ES7. Okay, so it is this extension that I have, which is going to give you these snippets. So once you install it, you can say RAFCE and get this, let's say, snippet. So here I'll say something like my app, and we can get rid of the assets that we don't really need. And I think we can delete everything under the index.css for now. So we just have a super basic React application that just says my application. All right, now let's see how we can implement authentication on the front end. I'll visit Clerk, go into my dashboard and select my application. Okay, just go ahead, select your project. Now we are going to implement it. We are going to implement this with React. So I'll select this SDK. Let me just zoom in. So we have already installed a React application with Vite. So we're going to skip the first step. And in the second step, we would like to copy this and paste it under the front end. So here I'll kill this, paste this in, and specifically I'll give a version. Let's say it's going to be, let me check from my notes. I think it'll be 5.37.0. Okay, so this is going to install that. Then we would like to get our publishable key and put it under the .env. So I'll copy it under the front end, create a .env file, and make sure it is under the front end, not under the source. And paste this in, save the file. Now we are going to see the next step, which is to go just get the publishable key from the .env file. So under the main, I'll put it right here. And in Vite, if you're going to get the environment variable, you don't really do process.env, but instead you would say import.meta.env and then whatever the name is. If it is not available, we're going to throw an error, but else we are going to wrap our entire application with Clerk-powered. Okay, so I'll copy this, wrap my application with it, and we are going to import Clerk-powered. Let's see, I'll just copy this. Oops. Okay. So I think next step is to just use some components coming from Clerk. Okay, so I'll copy this and I'll walk you through it. Let's just get everything actually. We're going to put it under the application. So let's go into the VS Code. So what we have done is basically we wrapped our entire application with the Clerk-powered component so that in our application we can use components coming from Clerk. I hope that makes sense. Now I'll delete everything and just paste this in. So we have the signed out. Like this is going to feel like an English sentence just in a second. Let me import everything coming from Clerk React. So now this basically says if user is signed out, show a sign in button. And if user is signed in, show a user button. So let's see what we're gonna have. Let's refresh. And we need to rerun the application. Say npm run dev. Okay, so we just have a really ugly sign in button, which is fine. So let's click to it. It's going to take us to the sign in page. Now, if you would like to get this as a model, let me just go back. I'll say the sign in button mode should be model. By default, I think it is redirect, but we're gonna go with the model. So if I click to it, now this is a model that we have. So let me try to sign in with my Google account. Currently, we don't have any users in this application. So I'll try to sign up. Okay, so this is going to hopefully take us to the home screen. Now user is authenticated. We can see a user button, right? And if you take a look at it here, just refresh, we should have a user that is just signed in or signed up. But now we have a problem, which is that user is not in the database. So go under the clusters, say browse collections, and we should not have a user at the moment, right? We don't have a database. I mean, we have, but like we don't have anything in it. So it says no databases at the moment. So how can we get this user from Clerk and save it to our database? So there is a solution that I will talk about, but for a split second, if you think about it, Clerk and MongoDB are two different services, right? So we need to let them communicate with each other. So here, I'd like to give you an example. By the way, this is the end result that we are going to have in the Auth page. For now, we just have an ugly sign in button, but we're going to get there. So let me show you this part. Okay, so once user signs up with any of these providers, Clerk is going to take the user and save it to its dashboard, right? But how can we get this user and save it to our database? So maybe we can say, hey Clerk, could you please send us an event that, like, you could say something like user is just created, right? So let's say user.created. You can send us an event, which is what we call a webhook, and we're going to get into it in a couple of minutes. So Clerk will send us an event. He'll say, hey, user has just been created, and here is the, let's say, user data. So it's going to send us the user data that is going to have the email, username, let's say full name, last name, everything. So all the data, and we're going to take this, save it to the database. But where is this event will be going to, right? So we cannot just send it to database. Instead, we're going to use Inngest. So Clerk is going to send us a webhook to our Inngest account, right? Inngest project. And then Inngest will run a function. And this function is something that we're gonna write. But basically it'll say, if the event type is user.created, go ahead, take the user data and save it to our database, right? Oops, so let's say, just go ahead, save it to the database. And if for some reason user wants to delete their account, so let's say manage account and delete the account. So we can go under the security and we can just say delete the account. let's say yes, I'll delete the account. Okay, so if you take a look at the dashboard, this account should be deleted. And in the same way, Clerk can send us an event like user.deleted. And Inngest would see this event, then run another function, which is going to basically delete the user from database. So I hope that makes sense. Once again, at the end of the day, we have two different services. One is our authentication service, the other one is our database, and we would like them to be in sync. And thanks to Inngest, we can make this happen. And we can immediately try to implement this now. I know that this looks pretty complicated, like we have a bunch of different things going on, but it's easier than what you think. So let's go under the VS Code first. I think we are done with the front end for now. Like just with these two components, right? Just with these two, you can create an account and delete your account, which is what we need at the moment. So that's why Clerk is the best authentication service. Like at the moment, I don't think if there is any better option than Clerk. So for that reason, I'll delete everything, or close everything I should say. We'll go under the backend. On the front end, we have the authentication going, but not on the backend. Under the server.js, we can get started with it. So if you have installed Clerk already, which is something that we have done, we can just set this up on server.js. So there is a component called Clerk middleware, or I should say it is a function. I'd like to import this from Clerk Express. This is coming from the documentation, by the way. You can double check that. So right after here, we can say app.use, and we're going to call the Clerk middleware method. So what this does is basically, if user is authenticated, you can check this by doing this request.auth is authenticated, or something like that. We will use this in the upcoming sections. But basically, if you don't add this line, so if you delete that, request.auth will always be undefined. So you cannot check if user is authenticated or not. So that's why we're going to implement this. Maybe I can say request.auth will be available in the request object. Okay, so this is what we need to do for Clerk on the backend. And then we need to handle the webhooks, which is basically an event. So this is what we call a webhook. Two different applications will be able to talk with each other, right? So Clerk will send an event, aka a webhook, to Inngest. So let's see how we can set this up. Under the configure, we will scroll to the bottom and find something like webhooks. And then we would like to create one. So here, let's try to see. I'll say add an endpoint. So we could put something manually, or we can just use Inngest. Okay, so we're going to connect to it in a second. Let's go ahead, visit the Inngest, and log into our account. So I just logged in. We don't have anything in this dashboard. Let's try to set this up. I'll go and say connect to Inngest. And this is going to, create an endpoint, a webhook. So let's say approve. We should be able to get a URL. And then here under the webhooks, let's try to refresh. We should be able to have something like Clerk. And we're going to see how to make this work basically. So here I'll just scroll to the bottom and I'll say create. I know that this might look a little bit weird, but I promise it's going to make sense just in a second. So we're going to have all kinds of events that Clerk has. Actually, you can see this under the event catalog. So as you can tell, there are a bunch of different event types, but we are interested in things like user created, deleted, and updated. So when a user is created, you're going to get this kind of an data, right? You have things like the image URL, last name, first name, and you can take these fields and save it to your database, which is exactly what we're going to be doing. So here we can go under the Inngest cloud. Just in a couple of minutes, we are going to sync a new application. But first, let's try to write these functions where we take the user and save it to our database. So this is where VS Code comes into play. And I think just before we write the code, I want to show you the documentation. So here, let's say ingest and see the documentation for Express. Let's see, Node.js. Can we see Express specifically? So I think this example is already showcasing the Express, so we can just see this. First, we would like to install the Inngest SDK. I would like to copy this and paste it under the backend. So here I'll go ahead, cd under the backend. Let's say cd npm install ingest, and specifically we would like to go with the version that is 3.40.1. So let's install it. So it has just been installed, and let's see the next step. We can skip this one. This is optional. We don't really need to run the dev server. So instead, I'll go into the third step, which says create an ingest folder with the index.ts file. So here you can create any kind of folder and file structure. So for that reason, I'll go under the config, create the ingest.js file, and we can basically put our code here. So let's see. I'll copy this, paste this in. Okay, so we can give an ID to our application. So I'll say something like Slack clone. And then we're gonna put our functions, such as, create the user or delete the user from database, things like that. But first we need to create those functions right here. So for my first function, I'll go with something like const sync user, which is going to take the user from Clerk and save it to our MongoDB database. So here we would say ingest create function, and this is coming from documentation, by the way. So this will take a couple of different options. Let's just go inside. The first one will be an object, which is going to be the ID of the function. So you can say anything, but I'll just say sync-user. And then the second object is going to be the event that we are expecting. Let's say event. It's going to be clerk/user.created. So make sure you type this in the exact same way. This has to be like this. And then the very last option is going to be a function where we can get the event. So I'll just destructure this. And we're going to run this function to be able to save the user to our database. But now we don't have a user model, right? Let's try to pretty quickly set this up. So we're just going step by step. Under the backend, under the source, under the models, we can create a user.js file. Now this is one of the conventions, but I'd like to use this convention, which is user.model.js. So icon looks different, but it is just a regular JavaScript file. Okay, so this is the extension. I'm using an icon extension, that's why you can see this, but this is basically a JavaScript file. Okay, now let's try to set this up, which is going to be pretty simple. First, I'd like to import Mongoose. Then we are going to create a schema. So I'll say user schema. And yes, this is how we're going to be calling it. We will say new Mongoose schema. As the first option, we're going to put all the fields that a user should have. So every single user is going to have an email account, right? Or an email address, I should say. And now let's say this is going to be type of string, and it's going to be required and unique. Let's just add this one as well. Then every single user is going to have a name. So let's say type string, and it could be required as well, but it doesn't have to be unique. And then we can have an image. So say every single user will have an image that is type of string and required of true. Now, finally, every single user is going to have a clerk ID, so that in our database, we know that which clerk user is this, right? So we can put the clerk ID, let's say type string, required, and unique. And then I would like to get the timestamps. So I'll say second option, timestamps of true, which is going to add the created at and updated at fields automatically. So that's why we are adding this. And then we can just say export const the user model. Okay. So this basically says create a user model based off of this schema. Okay. So that's it. Super simple, nothing complicated so far. And by using this model, we can interact with our database with the user model, such as creating a user, deleting one, updating, getting all of the users, things like that. Alright, so we can close this file, go under the Inngest.js. The first thing I would like to do is connecting to my database. So say await connect db and make sure to put the .js at the end. So we are connected to a database. Now we can get, like from the event.data, we can get a couple of different fields, such as the ID. So this is going to be coming from Clerk. So we're going to have the email addresses. Let me just paste this in. So we're going to get the email addresses of that user, because a user could have a couple of different email addresses, right? And we're going to get the primary one out of this one. Then we're going to get the first name, last name, and image URL. So these are the fields that you can see under the event catalog. So let's go under the user.created. So here you can see it's the exact same thing. First underscore name, last underscore name. So this is what we are doing basically. From the events.data, we are going to get all these, and then we can just say await user.create, and we can pass an object. Now instead of doing it in this way, let's try to make our code a little bit more clean and create an object like const new user, and we're gonna pass this object into here. Let's say new user. Now let's add the fields. So we'll say clerk ID will be equal to this ID, and then we can have the email. Let's say this user's email will be email addresses. This is an array, so let's get the first one, and from here I'll say email underscore address, just like that. And then we can get the name. So the name is going to be a combination of the first name and last name. So this is how I'll be doing it. I'll say, oops, let's say first name. You know, if this is null, just put an empty string and then put the last name. In the middle, we have an extra space. And then finally, we'll just put the image, which is going to be the image URL. So this is never going to be undefined. We can delete this part. Okay. So that's it. We'll like this is going to be the function how we can create a user. Later in the video, we're going to do more things. So for now, I'll just leave a to do. You know, let's say do more things here. So we got this function, we created it, so we can pass it right here. So I'll just say sync user. Now in the exact same way, we can write a function where we can delete the user from the database. So this is the exact same thing. I'll just paste it and walk you through it. It is like 5 lines of code. This is the function name, ingest.create function. Again, we pass 3 different objects or 3 different arguments. This is the ID, the event, like this could be anything really. You can put hello, but probably it should be something that is making sense. This has to be in this way, user.deleted, that is coming from clerk, and then from the event we're gonna get the ID, and we would like to delete that. So for now, let's just delete this part. Okay, so again, let's add a to do more things here. Okay, and then we're gonna just pass this function right here. Let's say delete user from the database. So I hope that everything makes sense so far. Nothing complicated, just pause the video, try to read the code, and you should be good to go. We just have 2 different functions where we can save the user to the database and delete the user from the database, right? Okay, and this data is coming from Clerk once again. Now let's save and see the next step from the ingest documentation. So we set up our functions, and now it says just please go ahead, set up your endpoint. So I would like to copy this, and right here in my code, I'm going to paste this in. And by the way, we can use the express middleware as well. I'll say app.use express JSON. Okay, and if you don't know, this is going to allow you to access to the request.body where you have some JSON data, right? Okay, now let's say import the ingest coming from our file, and then get the functions as well. And this serve method should be coming from coming from ingest. Let's see. Okay, we're gonna install it from our package. Okay, we just imported that. Now this should be working out as expected. Now let's try to test this out if it is working or not. And to be able to test this, we would like to first deploy our API, which is pretty easy to do. But there is one thing. So we're going to deploy this to Vercel, which is running serverless. So it doesn't basically want you to have this always listening, right? So if you just say app.listen, under the backend, once you start the application, let's say npm run dev, this is going to listen on this port like forever, right? But Vercel doesn't want this to happen, so we can delete this part, or we can just say only listen if we are in development. So here I'll say first, let me cut this. Okay, so I'll just cut this for a second and I'll paste this in. So I'll say start the server. This is a function. We are going to call this. Now let's try to write the function logic. So I'll have a try and catch block. Under the try, I'll say first connect to the database, right? And then I'll say if env dot node env, if it is, let's say, not equal to production, if we are in development basically. In this case, you can listen on this port. So I just paste the code that we had. If you are in development, just go ahead and run this forever. But if you are in production, right? If Vercel is deploying this app, don't listen on this port forever. I hope that makes sense. Under the catch, we're gonna say something like console error maybe. Error starting the server, and we can exit the process with the status code of 1. Okay, at the very end, I'll just say export default app so that Vercel can use that app. Okay, so that's it. Previously, we just had this part, but we just wrapped this with an if block so that this only runs in development. Okay, so everything is ready. We can go ahead and try to deploy this API. But first, we need to push this to our, to our GitHub account. And I would like to create a new branch, right? So I'll go and create new one. I'll say something like Auth. And we can commit our changes. I'll say add everything to the staging area. For the commit message, we can say something like Auth implemented. Do I have a typo? Implemented. Commit, publish the branch, and we can visit the repo itself. And let's create the pull request. Now CodeRabbit is going to see some suggestions, right? It's going to make some suggestions. So I'll just wait for it to be completed and then I'll just get back to the video. So it is currently analyzing my code. If you would like to set this up, once again, you can find the link in the description. And all you have to do is just connect all your repos in the dashboard in the CodeRabbit website. It's pretty easy. You should be able to do it. So let's wait for the suggestions and I'll just be back. So CodeRabbit is done by analyzing our code, and here is a quick summary like what we have introduced. Things like new Clerk components to make the authentication working. We have introduced a new user data model, and we have the user synchronization and deletion using Inngest. Then we can scroll to the bottom. We can have a quick walkthrough of the files and the summary as well. The sequence diagram, like what is going on in the front end, in the backend, in the entire application itself. And then we have some suggestions. Let's see. So we have a potential issue which says user model is not imported. So what do you mean? Oh, okay, so under the ingest.js file, I think we are missing that. Let's scroll to the top. Yes, we are using the user model, but we are never importing it. So we would like to import that first. Let's say import the user from here. Okay, so we have to commit this again. And then let's see if we have anything else. So it says you can make this a little bit more robust, but this looks pretty much complicated, right? This would be maybe if you were a really big company, and then I would do it in this way. So for now, what we have is, I think, fine. Then let's see. it says before you delete the user, also connect to the database. Let's do it. So here, just before we do so, we can say await, connect to the database. Since this is running on serverless, just before every single function, we would like to connect to our database. But I think first, like we're in the auth branch. So what I'll be doing, just delete these changes, because I'll do something. Let's see, what else do we missing? So these are just some tiny optimizations. Okay, so first I'll say, complete the, so I'll say merge the pull request first. Let's say confirm the merge. Now we can go into the master branch. Let's go ahead, select this one, get the latest changes. Okay, now I'm going to add those differences that we have. So we're going to import the user model, and here I'll just say connect to the database. So these are just two different lines. For that reason, I'm not going to create a separate branch. I'll just commit it to the master immediately. So let's say stage and something like tiny fixes for ingest.js file. Okay, let's commit, sync the changes. We should be able to see the latest commit. Let's scroll to the top. Okay, so we just got the tiny fixes. Now everything should be working out. Let's try to deploy the backend on Vercel. I will go ahead and say import this project, which is select clone, and then our root, let's see, the root directory is going to be backend because we would like to deploy this first. Later we're going to deploy the front end as well. So we can give it a name like Slack backend. And then we would like to put the environment variables. So here under the backend.env file, I'll copy everything that we have here. Oops, let's go ahead, select this, paste this in. We can delete the Node.env because we are in production. And then let's see, we have everything that we want to have, right? I think we can even delete the port, but it's fine if we have it. One more thing, we would like to add a file for Vercel deployment. Here I'll say vercel.json file, and you can grab this from the source code. Just find this file, copy the content, and paste this in. So here I'll just paste it. So this basically says to Vercel that we are in the production environment, right? We just deployed the application, and our entire code is under the source, under the server.js file. So this is our starting point, right? The main entry. Okay, let's save, and I think we should add one more commit. Here I'll say stage the changes, vercel.json added, commit this, and sync the changes. And I think in the meantime, we can say deploy the app. So it is going to take a couple of seconds, and then it should be good to go. So the deployment has just failed. I'm sorry about this, but this is real world programming, which means you're gonna get some errors. And let's see how we can fix it. So I've just take a look at the logs. So under the deployments, it has failed. I just said, let me check the logs. What is the problem? And I have just realized that it says, user.js is not found, right? It says you don't have this file, which is correct because I have a typo under the ingest.js. This should be user.model.js. So this is how you can debug this, just by going step by step. I checked that deployment has failed. I said, let me see the logs, and it says this is not correct. And then we just fixed it. Now let's try to add a commit. Here I'll say stage, and let's say, so here is my commit message, the import path fixed. Let's commit it and sync the changes. Since these are tiny fixes, I didn't want it to do it in a separate branch. So here it should be redeployed. So I'll go under the deployments, And just a couple of seconds later, it has been deployed successfully. This is the end result that we have in our backend. So we are going to go into the Inngest dashboard and we'll just say sync a new application. So I promise this is the very last step. For the app URL, let's copy our backend URL. Make sure it is the very first one and paste it right here. Now they say put the API /ingest at the very end because this is our endpoint, right? If you take a look at our code base, here this is what we have, /API /ingest, and then our functions are going to run. So let's go here and just say sync the app, and then we can test this out. Okay, so we have two different functions. Let's try to test this out. I'll try to sign up with a new account. Just make sure that under the users you have nothing. So I will sign up with this account. Hopefully Inngest will get the event and save this user to the database as well. Currently we don't have anything in our database, right? So let's say continue. So we have 0 users. Once account has been created, we should be able to see some functions that has been running. So currently it is running. Once it is completed, we should have the user in the database. And here we go, it is. So if you try to refresh this page, this should be completed at this point. Okay, so that means we were able to make that work. I know that it was a couple of different steps, but let's try to pretty quickly summarize it. So I'll close everything. So we have created this ingest file where we have an application, right? This is our ID. Then we have two different functions, one to create the user and the other one is to delete the user. Then we have our functions, which are being imported in server.js. Okay, so that was the code setup. Then we had to deploy our application. So we just changed this code a little bit to make it work properly with Vercel. And then we have connected this app to Inngest, right? So let's try to delete this account. I'll go ahead, like we can delete it either from here or here. It doesn't really matter. I'll just delete it here. It's a little bit easier. I'll say delete this account and hopefully it should be deleted from the database as well because we're going to get the user deleted event. And here we go. Inngest is going to run that as well. So under the runs, we can see that user has been deleted successfully. So believe it or not, but we have successfully implemented the authentication with all the details. The only thing that we left is putting a beautiful UI, which is one of the easiest things that we can do at this point. So we can leave this for upcoming sections. That's it for the entire section. Hopefully I'll see you in the next one. In this section, let's try to complete our API. Now currently we are missing the stream setup, and let's see what I mean by this. So this is what we have at the moment. User will try to sign up with their Google account, let's say, and Clerk will send us an event to the ingest URL. It'll say, hey, a user just been created, so that we can take this user and save it to our database. Now at the same time, we'll like to save this user to our Stream account. And Stream wants you to save the users so that they can keep track of the user profile images, let's say usernames, and the messages between different users, right? So Stream wants you to save the users to their platform, and it is pretty easy to do. So we'll go ahead and just set this up in a couple of minutes. First, I'd like to open up my terminal, cd into the backend, and we'll say npm install stream. I think it should be stream-chat, and we'll say add to get a specific version, which is going to be 8.60.0. And then we can install this package. While this is installing, we can go under the config, create a file called stream.js, and get started with the file. So first we'd like to import StreamChat from this package that we just installed, and then we can get the environment variables from this file. And then this is how we are going to be setting this up. First, we are going to create a stream client. So this is going to allow us to communicate with our stream account. So here I'll say StreamChat dot get instance, and we're gonna pass our API key as well as the secret key. So I'll say env stream API key, and let's do the same thing for stream API secret. And then we are going to create a function so that we can save a user to the stream, right? So I'll say export const, this is the function, let's say upsert stream user. You can call this function anything, but this is the name that I will have. And let's say we're going to get some user data, and then we will run this function, let's say. So here I'll have a try and catch block. Under the try, I'll say await stream client dot upsert user, and we're gonna just pass the user data, which is going to have things like ID, image, name, that kind of stuff. And we can say console log something like stream user upserted successfully, and we can put the user data dot name, and then finally we'll just say return this user data. In the catch, we can say something like error upserting the stream user. So we'll do the same kind of thing when we want to delete the user account. So here I'll just paste this in, 5 lines of code. We're gonna get the user ID so that we know which user that we are trying to delete. And here maybe we can put a console log, something like user deleted successfully. Now we can save this file and go under the ingest. So when a user is, when they signed up, here we have a to-do. Once we save it to the database, we can do that thing. So I'll just delete this to-do. We'll say await upsert stream user, and make sure to import it from stream.js file. And then we're gonna pass the user data like ID. It should be new user dot clerk ID, and let's convert this to be a string. So I'll say to string, and then we're gonna pass the name as well as the image. Okay, so you can pass more fields, but I think this should be enough. And then when we want to delete the user, just instead of deleting it from the database, we also want to delete it from stream. So here I'll say await delete stream user, and then we're gonna pass the ID, and let's convert this to be a string as well. Okay, we can put console logs, but I think we already have it in this file, so we don't need to add it here. Okay, so we're gonna test this out. To be able to test this, we need to deploy our API once again. So we need to add some commits and push this, which is something that we're gonna do in a couple of minutes. First, I'd like to add one more function here, which is going to be for the authentication. Now, this authentication is different from Clerk's authentication because we already set this up. This authentication is for stream. So stream basically creates a token just to let you know that a user is authenticated. So I know that it might look a little bit weird, but it's going to make sense once we get into the front end part. So here I'll say export const generate stream token, and we're gonna get the user ID for this function. So here let's have a try and catch block. Under the try, I'll say something like const user ID, let's say string. I'd like to convert this to be a string, and then I'll just say return stream client dot create token, not generate, but it should be create token. This is the method that they have, and we're gonna pass this user ID. In the catch, we can say something like error creating the token, and we can return null. Okay, so this is the function that we're gonna use in a separate file. So for now, let's go under the server.js, and I'll take this, put it above, and then we can duplicate this. It's going to be /API/chat. And in this case, we would like to call our, let's say, chat routes, which is something that we can create right here. So I'll say chat.route.js. Again, this is just a regular JavaScript file, but this is the convention that we are following. So this is the same thing as if, chat.js, but I'll go with chat.route.js. And then we can import Express here. Let's say from Express, create a router. And then we'll say export if I can type correctly, we'll say export default this router. So this is a pretty basic Express concept at the moment. Here we would like to add our endpoints. And in our case, we are going to have only one, which is going to be a GET request to, let's say, /token. So this is as if we just said /API/chat/token, which is a GET request. So here we are going to call the getStreamToken method. But this should not be generate. I think I imported the wrong one. Let's delete. It should be getStreamToken. And we're going to create this in a second under our controllers. So first we can go right here and try to import this. So I'll say import chat routes, and maybe AI can complete it for us. Okay, so it's the correct path. Just make sure to put the extension at the end. We can save this file, go right here and try to copy this name because we're gonna have a controller. So I'll say chat.controller.js, and let's say export const. This is the name, and this is going to be our function where we'll have the request and response and eventually do something inside. And this is going to be easier than what you think. We'll just go ahead, create a try catch block, and then I'll say something like const token, and we're gonna call the method that we just created, which is generate stream token. Let's make sure to put the extension at the end, and this is going to be request.auth, but we'll like to call this method, and then we'll say user ID. So again, this is possible thanks to this line that we have added. So we're going to get the user ID from this method, and then this is going to create us a token. Then we can say something like, I think res.status 200, which means success, and JSON, we're going to return the token. And we don't need a wait, I think, in this function. In the catch, we can say something like res.status of 500. We can send an error just like this. And I think I'll just say message. And we can put a console log as well. Okay. Now we can save and import this from the controllers, not from the config, but from the controllers, chatcontroller.js file. Now, once again, this is the endpoint that we're going to call from the front end so that we can get a stream token, which is going to tell to our browser that user is authenticated by stream. And just to make this a little bit more protected, we can say before you call this method, maybe you should protect this route. And this is a function, a middleware that we can create. It's going to be, I think, just 5 lines of code. Let's try to create it under the auth.middleware.js file. Okay, so we're going to import it in this file, but first let's try to build it. So this is going to be a function. Let's say const protect route, and this is going to make sense in a second. Let's say we're going to get the request, response, and the next function. So here I'll say if request.auth, let's call this, and this has a field called is authenticated. So I'm just going to type this out. So is authenticated, it's either true or false. Let's say if it is false, if user is not authenticated, we can say return res.status of 401, which means unauthorized. And then we can say something like unauthorized, you must be logged in. Okay, but if user is authenticated, we can just call the next function. Okay, so this is what we're going to be doing. Let's see. When user sends a GET request to this endpoint, first we're going to check if user is authenticated or not. If not, we're going to throw an error, but if it is authenticated, we're going to call the next function, which is this one. So I hope that makes sense. This is the next function, and then here we are going to create a token and send it back to the client, to our front-end application. So with that, I think we have completed our entire API. Now, just before we deploy this and test this out, we would like to think about the errors, right? So we would like to keep track of the performance as well as the errors. So let's say our users send a request to this endpoint, and for some reason they got some errors. We are not gonna learn about it until we set up Sentry, right? And to set up Sentry, first we would like to install it. And by the way, just before we install it, let's just run this so that we can check if we have any errors or not. Okay, everything is working correctly. So let's kill this. Make sure you're under the backend and you're gonna say npm install at Sentry /node, and let's go with a specific version like 10.1.0. So we're going to install it, and while this is installing, we can go and visit our Sentry account. Again, you can find the link in the description for 3 months on the team plan for free. So here we would like to create a project, which is this one. Is this the one that we created together? Yeah, this is the one that we have created, and I think we got the Sentry DSN, right? Which is this connection string that we have. Okay, it is this one. Now let's try to actually see the documentation, how to set this up. Here, I think, like, we can take a look at it either from here. Let's say next, this is what we have done. We can also see the documentation, but this already explains everything step by step. So they say copy this file, which is instrument.js, and paste it into the root. So under the backend, I'll say instrument.js file, paste this in, which is using the required syntax, but I'd like to use the import export syntax. So here I'll just delete this. Let's say import everything as Sentry from Sentry node, and we can import the env from env.js file. Just make sure to put the extension here. Maybe we should go under the source config. Wait, why this is not correct? Okay, config env.js file. So we are importing this because I don't want to use it like hard-coded. So I'll say env.sentry.dsn, and we can add a couple of different options. So they are all coming from documentation. Here I'll put traces sample rate, which is going to be 1, and let's do the same thing for profiles. And we can add the environment, which is going to be, you know, whatever we have. If it is undefined, we can fold this back with development. And finally, I'll just say include local variables. So this is going to be equal to true. Now we would like to import this just before everything that we have done in this file. So I'll go under the server.js and first import the instrument.js. So here, let's say, maybe you should go one up and get the instrument.js. So this is the first step, which is importing the file. Then we're going to import Sentry, and finally, just after every single route, we're going to put this line. Let's say Sentry.setup express. So setup express error handler, and we're going to pass our app into it. Okay, now we can save and actually test this out by adding a, let's say, route. Here I'll say app.get if we hit something like /debug Sentry, and we would like to throw an error on purpose. So let's save, run our backend. I'll say npm run dev. Okay, here you can see it's going to set this up, and I think we are missing one more thing, which is the import option. So we'll go under the package.json. This is the very last option, I promise. Here, just before we run the file, we would like to say something like node options. So I'll give a space. Let's say node underscore options, all uppercase. And then we'll say equal to, open up these single quotes. Let's say -- import. And then we'll say instrument.js. I'd like to copy this file name so that I don't have a typo. Here I'll say instrument.js, and it should be good to go. Actually, m.js, which is module.js. I'll copy the same thing and paste it right here. Okay, now let's take a look at the terminal. We don't have that warning. First, Sentry has been set it up, then connect it to database, and server is up and running. Now let's visit this endpoint just to get the error, right? So I'll say localhost 5001 and /debug Sentry. Now just before we send the request, I think we have an error in the terminal. It says that you're trying to run this mjs file, but you called the file as js. So let's try to fix this. I'll say mjs, and here make sure it has been imported correctly as well. Now let's save and take a look at the terminal. First, it's going to make sure Sentry is initialized. And once it is done, it's going to try to connect to MongoDB and start the server. It'll take a couple of seconds, but it should be ready right now. Okay, now let's try to send a request. We're gonna get our very first error, and we can test this out here in the dashboard. And these are the same steps that we have done. It's mostly the same. Now, I think we should be able to see our errors maybe under here. Okay, so here we can see we actually got a couple of them. Maybe it's because I just double checked this in the background off camera. So I sent a couple of requests to here, and here we can see we got my first Sentry error, and we have even some different errors where it says we couldn't find, let's say maybe later. So it says we couldn't find this .js file. That's correct because we made it to be mjs, right? So for a split second, we had an error, and we can see it immediately right here. Now, this is a pretty basic example that we have here in development environment. But as you can tell, using Sentry would be a great way to monitor errors in production, right? So you would be able to see everything here because we have things like stack trace, you can see the request, the user, and everything that you would need to debug and solve the issue. So if you just scroll to the bottom, you can even see the exact same device that this user is using, the memory size, it's just mind-blowing. It has everything that you can imagine. And even the geography is correct. I'm currently in Bali, Indonesia, so even that's correct, right? And one of the best bonus features is that you're gonna get an email immediately as this error happens. And the best part is you can set up this in Slack so that your team can get a notification as soon as you have some errors. And from the dashboard, we can even go here under the feed, and we can say, change the priority of this error. Let's say this is something that we don't really care. We can just say low, it's not really that important, but this is really important, so we can just say high. And we can assign this to a user. Now, if you had an actual team, you would see all the users, but currently this is the only member that I have. So let's say I will assign this to that user. Now, this user has to solve the error in the application. Okay, so I hope you are able to see everything that we have in this integration with Sentry. There is a lot more to it in the dashboard. You can, of course, explore, but I cannot show you everything. In the upcoming sections, we are going to create a project for the front end as well. So there are even more features that I'd like to show you in the upcoming sections. For now, we can basically commit everything that we have done in this section and deploy it to the Vercel. So first, I will create a separate branch. Let's say create a new one, and I think we can call this something like stream Sentry, and I think that's it, stream and Sentry. So I will create the branch, go ahead, commit my changes. First, let's add them to the staging area, and let's say stream and Sentry integration, or let's say stream and Sentry added. I'll commit, publish the branch, and let's see the source code. Then we're gonna create the pull request, and I'll just wait for the CodeRabbit to give me some suggestions and some feedback. And once we are done with it, we are going to merge the pull request. So this will take a couple of minutes. Once it is done, I'll just be right back. And by the way, Vercel is trying to deploy this because you have just a new change on the server side, right? So you can visit the dashboard. So select your application, and under the deployments, you should have a new deployment. So in my case, it was just 1 minute ago. So basically, if you don't know already, Vercel will see any kind of change that you have in your GitHub account, right? Whenever you add a new commit, basically, it's going to redeploy the latest changes. So this is what is happening, and this is the branch that is just deployed, right? And we're going to merge this with the master branch. So let's wait for the CodeRabbit to done its job, and once it is done, we'll just be right back. Alright, so the review has been completed. Here is a quick summary by CodeRabbit. So these are the new features that we have added, the chores and developer experience related features. And here's a quick walkthrough of the every single file. If you wanted to, you can pause the video and read it. I found it pretty boring to read it in a tutorial, so I'm going to skip that. And then here's a sequence diagram that you can take a look at. So this is everything that is happening in our application, step by step, and it's even like giving you the numbers so that you know which one is the which step. Then we have, I think, some nitpick comments that we can see that could optimize our code base. So the first one is that it says instead of just running this Sentry init, maybe first you could add an if check to see if you have this environment variable, which is something that I would do. Like you have to do if you're in a company, they're going to tell you that you have to wrap this with an if else statement. But in this case, we already know we're going to have the environment variable, so we can skip this if check. Again, it says you can update this part, but this is coming from the documentation, so I will leave it as it is. Then here it says, instead of just having this, maybe you could add the email. You know, it is optional. Again, we can skip that. I'm just trying to see if we have any critical issue. So these are just some suggestions that we could add. But just to keep this tutorial short, I'm not going to add them. Again, it says potential issue, but we're already handling the authorization in protect route, so this is completely fine. Okay, so I think everything is correct. I'll just go ahead and merge the pull request. If you wanted to include any of these optimizations just to have a good project on your resume with clean code, you can maybe take a look at those suggestions. And then once you are done, you can say confirm the merge. Okay, this has been completed. We're gonna go into the master branch. And by the way, I have the CodeRabbit extension as well. Let me just zoom out. It's going to do the same thing for you, but within the VS Code, which is a lot more comfortable, I think. So you can install it. Again, it's free from the extensions. Now let's go into the master. And we'd like to get the latest changes, because if you take a look at it, you don't have the instrument.js, you know, the stream file. But once you say, you know, sync this up, it's going to get you everything from your GitHub account, from the GitHub repo. Now we have everything that we have created. Alright, so I think that's gonna be it for this section as well. We are almost done with the entire API. There will be a couple of small things that we are going to add in the upcoming sections, but they are really tiny, nothing huge, maybe like 10 lines of code at most. In the next section, we can get started with our React application under the Frontend folder. So I'll see you there. With this section, we can get started with the Frontend UI, and specifically in this section, we are gonna build the Auth page. So it's going to look like this, and at the end of the day, it'll do the same job as this button does. So once we click to it, we're gonna get a model, and currently we don't have any users in the database. Let's refresh, and we don't have any users in the Clerk dashboard, right? So no users at all. And in the Stream dashboard, let's see, select the application. Under the Explorer, we can see if we have any users or not. So I think we are gonna have only one user, which is this account that you are currently logged in. But now let's try to sign up, and this user should be created in both Clerk dashboard, in the database, as well as the Stream dashboard. So we have the code for this. Let's see if it is going to create the user. Okay, so that's the first check. Let's refresh. we should have the user in the database as well. Okay, so it's this one. Now let's refresh here, and hopefully we should have the user as well. If not, that means we have some errors, but here we go, we have a second user. So this thing that we just talked about is working as exactly as we set this up, right? User has been created on Clerk, and then in the database, and then in Stream. Okay, now let's try to build this UI. Let me get this on the screen. So basically we're gonna have two different parts, one on the left hand side and one on the right hand side. Now you can grab this image from the source code. This is what I'll be doing. I'll just visit the GitHub source code, and under the public you can find it. Okay, so under the front end, under the public folder, you will find the auth-i png. So I'll paste this in. So this is that file that I have generated with AI. If you zoom in, it's a little bit broken, but if we have it in this level, it is not really visible. Okay, so if you wanted to, you can use your own images as well, but this is the one that I have. And while we are here, let's grab the logo as well. So I'll paste this in under the public. You can grab this again from the source code. And if you want to use the Slack original logo, you can get that one as well. So this is the one that I used with AI to generate it and give a different variation. Same colors, but you know, the shape is a little bit different. And one more thing, this is not a CSS course, so I would like to copy and paste the styles instead of typing out. And it's going to be really easy, like easier than you think. So under the source, let's create the styles folder, and then we can create the pages. Let's say pages, and then finally the components. Okay, so under the styles, let's create auth.css file, which is something that we're gonna copy and paste. You can grab this from the source code. It's like 300 lines of code, but I promise it is not that complicated. So we can take a look at it. We could type this out, but it would take at least 30 minutes. So I think it's not really important. We just have some, you know, linear gradients. Maybe this is the most annoying part for you to actually understand. But other than this, it is just display flags, you know, centering the content, giving some paddings, border radiuses, colors, and you know, that kind of basic stuff. And AI can generate it nowadays in seconds, so I don't really think if you should be wasting too much time to understand this. Of course you can pause the video and take a look at it, but in this case I'll just skip that and hopefully you don't mind it. Now we would like to set up a couple of different pages, and for this we are going to use React Router DOM. So React Router DOM was the old name. Now the latest version is just React Router. So under the front end, we'll say npm install react-router, and let me give you a specific version that I'm using so that we can have the both, you know, the same versions. It's going to be, let's say, at 7.6.3. So this is going to install it, and we can set this up here on the main.jsx file. We are going to wrap our application with browser router component. Let's wrap the app with the closing tag as well, and we would like to import it not from React Router DOM, but React Router. Okay, now we can save and go under the pages. First, I'll create two different pages. Let's say home page.jsx, use refce, get the snippet, and let's do the same thing. This time it's going to be auth page. So let's say Control D, select every single one of them, and auth page itself. Now under the app.jsx, we are going to change this so that we can add some routes. So first I'll say if we are signed in, maybe I can put it below, and it's not going to be a header component. Let's say it's going to be fragment. So if we are signed in, we would like to see some couple of routes, right? So here I'll say routes, and we would like to import it from React Router. Then we can put a couple of routes, right? So the first route is going to be the home page. So let's say if user visit the, let me import this, say route. If user visit the home screen, we would like to show them an element, which is going to be the home page, right? So here, let's say home page, and import it from this file. Let's duplicate this, if we are signed in and if user wants to visit, let's say, the call page, but maybe this is something that we could add in a couple of minutes. So I'm going to delete that. Okay, for signed in, if they visit the homepage, we're going to show them homepage. And let's do the same thing for the sign out. We'll say if they visit a route, this is going to be a self-closed. And I think we need to wrap this with the routes as well. So let's go ahead, fix these spaces. We will say if they visit the auth page, we're going to take them to the auth page itself. Let's say get the auth page imported. But now what happens if they are signed in and if they want to visit the auth page? So I'll duplicate this. I'll say if you are signed in and if you are visiting the auth page, sorry, you cannot see this home page, but we're going to navigate you. Let's say navigate, which is going to be imported from React Router, and we'll say navigate to home screen. And we can say just replace this path with it. So you're gonna see what this does in a second. But basically, if you are signed in, you cannot visit the auth page. We will immediately navigate you to the home screen. And we can do the same thing right here. We'll say if user is signed out, and if they want to visit any other page than auth, we would like to navigate them to the auth page. So I think I'll just copy this instead of typing this out. But this is going to be /auth. Okay, let's save, and I think we are authenticated, so we can see the home page, right? Let's refresh. We need to rerun the front end, and we should see something like home page. Let's refresh. Okay, but now let's try to put the user button so that we can sign out. Here in the home page, I'll say put the user button. And maybe right below to it, we could say home page. So I'll try to sign out. And we are in the auth page. Let's try to visit something like home page. We cannot, we are navigated to the auth page, as you can tell. And I think I'd like to delete this account as well, just to test out if it is going to be deleted from stream. So I'll say delete the account because we didn't test this out. So once this is deleted, hopefully Inngest is going to delete that from database as well. Let's see. Maybe we need to refresh. Okay, it's been deleted. Now let's refresh. Hopefully this user should be gone. If not, that means we have some errors, but thankfully it's been deleted. Okay, so everything is working as expected. I just wanted to double check that. Now, from the auth page, we'd like to have this UI set up, right? So let's try to do it. We are going to visit the auth page component, which is this one, and get started with the UI. Now, since we have all the classes ready, things like auth left, auth container, we'll just add them right here in the classes. So let's delete the content, give Velvet space, and maybe I can zoom in one level again. Okay, so I'll say the class name is going to be auth-container, and within this we're going to have the auth left class. So this is going to be the left hand side. Let's say auth hero that we are going to have, and within this we can have a div with the class name being brand-container, and within this we can put the image, which is going to be under the public folder logo.png. And then for the alt, you can say something like slap, and this is the application name that I came up with. So instead of Slack, I'll go with this one, but feel free to put anything that you wish. And then we'll say class name is going to be brand-logo. And then right after the image, we'll say span. Let's put the name. Let's say class name is going to be, I think, brand-name. Okay. We'll just go outside of the brand container, and we're gonna have an h1. So I'll say h1 class name is going to be hero-title, and we can say something like where work happens, and I'll make them to be capitalized. And at the very end, I'd like to put this emoji. Let's say search emojis, and it's going to be highlight. So if you cannot get this one, maybe you could type this out. let's say highlight emoji, and you can, where is it? Maybe is it sparkles? Okay, yeah, it's sparkles. You can copy it from here, just copy and paste. And then right after the h1, we can get the p tag. Let's say class name is going to be hero-subtitle. And within this p tag, we can say, and instead of me typing this out, I'll just paste in. Maybe you can pause the video, type this out, or copy it from the source code. It is just a description. And then we can put a div with the class name being, let's say, features list, or yeah, features list, let's say, which is going to be this list that we are going to see. So we just built this part. Now we would like to put these three, let's say 3 different features, and then at the very end, we're going to have a button. So let's say feature dash item, and we're going to have this 3 times. So here, the first one is going to have this span with this emoji, let's say comment. Okay, I'll put this one. You can put anything that you wish. And for the class name, it's going to be feature-icon. And we can put another span with no class or whatsoever. Let's say real-time messaging. And then I can copy this twice. And we're going to just change the content. So this one, the first one, and we're going to update these two. So for this icon, I think I'll just use the video, which is this one, and we can say something like video calls and meetings. And then finally, I'll just put, something like secure and private. Here I'll say blog, secure and private. So this tool is Raycast in Mac, if you're wondering. So it is this app that you can install completely free to get started with. This is the one that I'm using. So we're gonna go outside of this div and this one, which is the features list. We're gonna put the sign in button. So I'll say call the sign in button from Clerk. But now this button itself is just looking ugly, right? I mean, it doesn't have any styles or anything. So it doesn't have any styles, and we're gonna fix the rest of it. These styles are not working because we need to import it. So here I'll say import, and actually put it at the very top. Say import, just go one up under the styles and get the auth.css file. Now if you save, refresh. Okay, I'll just zoom out a little bit. Okay, so it is working. We're gonna get rid of this, I don't know, like the margin or padding, whatever that is, but the UI is working. This button is looking ugly. If you want to customize it, you would go under the sign in button and put your own button as you wish. So we'll just say have a button, and here are the classes. So we'll say CTA-button, and within this we can put anything that we want, like a text that says get started with slab, and then inside I'll just have a span so that I can put the right arrow just like this. So I'll say class name button dash arrow, and you can copy this from the source code. So let's try to save and see the output. Okay, so everything is looking nice as expected. We can build the right hand side now. So after the sign in button and after these two divs, which is for the left, I believe. So auth left, just shrink it and put auth right component. And we can close this off as well. So we'll go inside and we'll have one div with the class name being auth-image-container. And then within this, we can have an image, which is something that I'd like to copy and paste. So it is the image that we imported, right? The auth illustration. And then we can put an overlay onto the image. Let's save and see the output. Alright, so it is working as expected, and it has this beautiful animation as well. And I think this animation is looking pretty nice. Now let's try to get rid of these margins. So we can go into the index.css and do something like select everything, say margin is going to be 0, padding is going to be 0 as well, and box sizing could be border box. Let's save. Okay, now it is gone, and if we wanted to, we can change the font family as well. So here on the body element, we can say something like font family. Can we use inter out of the box? I don't know, but if we don't have it, we would get the sans serif. Okay, so I think this is looking pretty cool, at least better than what we had previously. Now this button, if you click to it, it would take you to the sign-in page that is deployed by Clerk. So this is from our application, but I'd like to have this as a model. So I'll go under the auth page. Here we have the sign-in button. I'll just say mode should be equal to model. Let's save and see the output. I'll just click to it. Okay, so it is working as expected. We can just log in. We have the account. So I think we are just signing up from scratch. User should be created right here. And then in the database, let's refresh. So just like previously, we got the account. It is also signed in. We have it in the database. And if we refresh the stream dashboard, we can see it. So this is something that we have tested in the past, but I just wanted to include it once again. All right, so everything is working. Our auth page is designed beautifully. When we say sign out, it should take us to the home page. So everything looks fine and clean and crisp, right? So we'll go ahead and commit our changes. So I'll just close everything. Let's say create a new branch, and for the name I can say something like Auth. Okay, so it's already existed, so I'll say Auth Frontend. Let's say Auth page implemented. Commit our changes and then publish the branch. Then we'll take a look at the source code. We should be able to get the pull request. Let's create it. Okay, let's click to it. Yep, let's say create the pull request. And I'll wait for the code suggestions coming from CodeRabbit. So here is a quick summary. These are the new features that we have added: the styles, the refactoring, and the chores. Then we have a quick, sequence diagram. I think this is looking pretty nice. It'll do like, it includes the navigation, the complete authentication system, the routing, it just has everything. And then let's take a look at the suggestions if we have any. Well, it says you have these images that you have set, like logo.png and auth.png, but you don't have them in the public folder, which is not really correct. We actually have them, so we can ignore that comment, right? So we have these logos, so this is completely fine. We don't have any other suggestions, so we can just say merge the pull request, confirm. Once this is done, we can go back to our source code and get the master branch. Then we can get the latest changes. Alright, so everything is in sync with our GitHub account. That's kind of it for this section. Hopefully I'll see you in the next one. So now that we have the authentication page ready, we can get started with the home page. But simply we cannot just go ahead and get started with UI, because we have to first set up a couple of different things. So firstly, we'll be using Stream for these channels, direct messages, all kinds of chat related stuff. So we'd like to import their packages, right? We're going to install them in the front end. And then I'd like to also use this React Hot Toast library, which is going to give us beautiful notifications. So this is like success, this is error. You have a bunch of different options like the themed, emoji, promise, but we'll be mostly using success and error. So let's see how we can set up everything that we have. We'll also be using TanStack query, which is going to be really useful for fetching data. And I'll explain this in a couple of minutes. So first, let's try to install our packages. I'll go under the front end, and I am running the, both backend and front end. First, let's kill the front end. Shrink the left hand side. Maybe I can zoom out a little bit so you can see it clearly, everything in one line. So here we'll say npm install I'll say stream-chat, make sure you're under the front end, and let's go with the specific version so that you never get errors. Let's say stream-chat-react. So this is the core package, and this is for React specifically, and we'll be using both of them. Let's go with this specific version 13.3.0, and let's import the react-hot toast. Again, let's go with a specific version such as 2.5.2. So let's install all of them. Once we install them, we are going to install a couple of other packages. I just wanted to install it one by one so that you can see it clearly in one line. Okay, so they have been installed. Now let's say npm install. This time we're going to install Axios, which is an alternative to Fetch, the Fetch API. This is a lot more convenient. So we'll be using Axios, and it is pretty easy. We're going to see in a couple of minutes. Let's say 1.11.0, and then we can get the TanStack / let's say react-query, and then the specific version, which is going to be 5.83.0. So let's go ahead and run them. Now it looks like it's been installed. Let's clear up the terminal, and I think we can run the app now under the front end. So I'll go under the, I think, main.jsx, and we're going to first set up the TanStack query. And just before we get into it, I'd like to show you the documentation. So under the TanStack query, you can say, read the docs, and from here you can get under the installation. And here is the, motivation behind it, why you would like to use something like TanStack query rather than useEffect. And actually, let me give you an example pretty quickly. So let's say you are under the app and you are not using TanStack query. This is how you would fetch some data. So you would create a state, let's say some posts, right? And you would say set posts. Initially, this would be an empty array. And then you would like to have the loading state. So I'll say is loading. And then I'll have, let's say, some error states. And initially it would be null. Then let's say I would like to create a useEffect, right? So let's initialize it with an empty array as the dependency array. And then we would create a function such as like fetch posts. I'll just accept that. So you would go ahead, update the loading state, run your function, if you have any errors, set this up, finally set the loading state to be false. So this is too much boilerplate code. If you were using something like TanStack query, instead of all this junk, all you have to do is something like use query, and it's going to give you, let's say, the data that you wanted to have, the error state and the loading state. And all you have to do is just put a function here that is going to fetch the data. So you have just basically one line of code instead of everything that you have here. Actually, all of this. So you would replace everything that you have seen here with this kind of a setup, which is pretty convenient. So this is basically the motivation behind it, and it has a bunch of different options. It is not as simple as that. So there are things like, caching, let's say revalidating, so you can refetch the data. And one more example, let's say you're here, you fetch the latest data, and you go here, you come back. Since you just focused on here, it's going to refetch immediately without you noticing. So it's actually production grade and it's working insanely well. So this is kind of like a quick motivation behind it that I can give you. Now let's go ahead under the installation, and of course we can delete those. That was just an example. Let's see how we can set this up. Most of the time, or almost always, you would set this up in the main file because we are going to wrap our entire application with TanStack query provider. So let's see. First, they say install the package. Let me zoom in, which is something that we have already done. So let's see how we can use it with something like React. I think I should say quick start. Okay, so they say first get this query client. So we are going to import everything from React query. So I'll copy this import first. I'll paste this in. We don't really need these for now. We're going to need the query client and client provider. And let's see, we need to create this instant, right? Instance, I should say, sorry. This is an instance, which is our query client. And we are going to wrap our entire application with a provider. So just like what they have done here, I was going to say, let's see. So, okay, so they're wrapping their entire application with the query client provider. So I'll copy this and go wrap this with it. So here I think I'll just put it even, yeah, actually after the browser router. Now let's wrap our application with it, and we are passing this client. Now you don't have to understand what is happening here like completely. Basically, this is something that you have to do so that you can use TanStack query in your entire application, right? I don't know why I cannot talk clearly, but here we go. So this is what we have just done. We wrapped our entire application with the query client provider. Okay, so that's the entire setup. Now you can go and basically use everything that is coming from TanStack query. If you wanted to, you can add some options here, like default options, mutation cache, query cache. But in this case, we're gonna just leave it empty. Okay, so I'll just save this file, and we are ready with the TanStack query setup. Now we can, I think, set up the React Hot Toast. So we have installed the package. It's really easy. That was the first step. Now we need to import this in our application, which is the toaster. So I'll go here, maybe after the app, I'll paste the toaster. This should be coming from React Hot Toast. Okay, now we can save and just test this out. In my application, I'll just put a button, let's say success. And if we click to it, I'll say on click, just call this method, which is going to be toast, import this from React Hot Toast, let's say success. Let's say something like congrats, and we can put an emoji because why not? Now let's click to the success button. This is what we got, and we can use things like error, warning, I think, all kinds of things that is coming from documentation. All right, so that was the second setup. I'd like to just add one option, which is the position is going to be top right. Now, instead of being on the center, it's going to be on the top right corner. And you can change this and make it anything that you wish. So now we can delete the button and this import because we don't really need it. Now there is one more thing that I'd like to set up, which is going to be the auth provider. Now what I mean, so currently, like if we are logged in or not, the browser knows it, right? Now we are not authenticated, we are in the auth page. Let's try to quickly log in with Clerk. Browser will know that we are authenticated on the client side, but the server doesn't really know, right? Okay, so we are authenticated, we are in the home page. Now, if we send a request to our server, let's say we just sent a request to our server. It doesn't really know if you are authenticated or not. So what we can do is sending a token with our request, right? So we're gonna have a token. This is something that Clerk will give you, and we'll just say, here is our token. We are sending it with request so that server can check, if we are authenticated or not. And let's see how we can make this work. Basically, on every single request, we would like to send the token with the request. Okay, so it's gonna be easier than what you think. Let's go ahead and see it. First, I'll create the lib folder, and here I'll set up the Axios. Let's say axios.js, and then we can basically get started with this file. It's going to be pretty basic. Now think about it. If we are in local development, if we are building it, our backend is running on localhost, right? But if we are in production, our backend is going to be whatever the URL that we have here. So go ahead and get your URL. So I'll just copy this once it loads. Okay, I just copied that. Now I'll paste it here. We'll be using it in a second. And our API is running in /API. Okay, so let's say import the Axios first from Axios, and we'll get a base URL. We'll say base_URL, and we can say something like import, meta.env. Now this is one option that we can use, or we can say something like if the mode is equal to development, we can use localhost 5001 /API. But if we are in production, we can use this one, which is our backend. Go ahead, get your URL. Probably it's going to be different than this one, but just paste this in. Okay, so that's going to be our base URL depending on the mode, if you are in development or if you are in production. Then we can create an Axios instance. So I'll just say const Axios instance Axios.create. Let's save to get this formatting, and here we can put our base URL, which is whatever we have, and then we can say on every single request, just include the credentials. So basically we're going to send our token in the headers. So that's it. That's the entire setup. Every single time when we want to use Axios, we're just going to use this instance. I hope that makes sense. If not, I promise it'll do in a couple of minutes. Now let's create a provider. Let's say providers, and within here we can say something like AuthProvider dot, I think JSX. Yeah, let's go with JSX. And now we are going to create this. I think it's going to be around 50 lines of code. So first, let me shrink the left-hand side, and I'll have a couple of different imports. So from React, we are going to get useEffect and create context. The use auth hook, which is coming from Clerk. So you're going to see how to use it, and we're going to get from Axios, this Axios instance, and then for notifications, we'll get the toast. So first, let's try to create an auth context. So I'll say const auth context and create it. We can just leave it as an empty object because we don't need to provide anything for this context. Let's say export default function, and I'll say this is going to be AuthProvider, and this will take the children as the prop. So I think, like I promised, this is going to make sense in a couple of minutes. Just follow along with me for the next 5 minutes. So we'll say const, we will obviously destructure something from use auth hook, which is coming from Clerk. So this is going to give us a function called get token, and this is going to, as the name suggests, will give us the token that we would need. Now let's try to run a useEffect. Let's first initialize this. Okay, so every single time before we set up our application, right? Every single time when you refresh, this useEffect will run, and it's going to include your token in your next request. Let's see how we can set this up. So I'll just say setup Axios interceptor, and we can say something like const interceptor, and this is how we can actually use it. We'll say Axios instance interceptors request.use, which is going to take a callback. So I'll say async. We're going to get a config as the argument, and within this we can have a try and catch block. Under the try, I'll say const give me my token by calling the get token method, and I'll say if there is a token, which means if we are authenticated by Clerk, we can say config.headers.authorization, and we're going to basically add our token under the bearer key, right? So just by doing this, Backend will know that we are authenticated if this token is valid, if it is valid or not. And under the catch, we can, show some kind of an error. I'll say if error.message, let's say if it includes something like auth, and here I'll just make this to be safe. Let's say message includes something like auth, or maybe even like token. We can say, authentication failed, please log in again, or, let's say authentication issue, please maybe refresh the page. Okay, and we can put even a console log just to debug it. Let's say error getting the token. And right after the try and catch block, we can just say return the config that we have. So I think that's it. All we have to do as the second argument, we can add something like, the error handler, where it says like if it is rejected, we can basically accept this. We'll say Axios request error, console log this, and then reject the promise. So here we can put our, I think, the get token method, and it should be good to go. And for performance reasons, we can add a cleanup function. So here I'll say cleanup function to remove the interceptors, and let's say this is important to avoid memory leaks. So here I'll say just add a return function for the useEffect. I think this should be within the useEffect, by the way. Just make sure that you're under the useEffect and paste this in. We'll say return, and this is correct, so I can auto accept that. And even we can delete the curly braces. Okay, at the end of the day, we'll just go below and say return the auth context provider and wrap the children with it. For the value, we don't need to pass anything, so just leave it as an object, an empty object. So once again, I'll just zoom out. Let me try to walk you through it, what we have done. So we have created a context, and we are using the useAuth method, the hook, so that we can get our token. And if we have the token, we are going to include this token in our headers. In every single request, this is going to be sent to our backend so that our server knows that we are authenticated or not, right? So this is exactly what this hook does, what this component does. Now we have created this and we need to use it. So under the main.jsx, I will wrap my entire application, let's say AuthProvider. Okay. So now we just wrapped our entire application with it. That means in our application, every single request is going to include the token. And I think I am missing the R at the end. So I'll say AuthProvider. Let's say yes. Do I have any typos here? No, it's correct. We can go here and just make sure to make this AuthProvider and fix the path. So I know that it might look a little bit confusing if you are using this for the very first time, like this kind of a component, but if you just pause the video and read the code, I think you'll understand that this is what we are doing at the end of the day. Thanks to this component, on every single request, we are including the token so that backend knows if you are authenticated or not. So I hope that makes sense. I just tried to explain it simply, step by step in detail. I think we're good to go. Now, I would say that's it for this entire section, but just before we complete it, I would like to introduce Sentry for our front-end application so that we can keep track of the performance here on front-end as well, not just under the backend, right? So here we'll be using the Sentry's tracing feature, and here I have quick slides that I can walk you through. So what does that mean and what it does? So basically, Sentry tracing tracks how your application performs, right? And it does that by measuring how long operations take and where the slowdowns happen. So what does it measure? It measures the page load times, route navigation, API calls, and user interactions. So why do we want to use it? So that we can just check, we can find the slow parts and how our application performs over time. So like if it is getting slower, if it getting faster, or is it just stable, right? Probably in over time, like it's going to get slower and you would like to find the issues and fix them. And it's going to give you a really cool dashboard where you can find the times, like how long does it take for something to load. In this case, on the page load, in this example, like the page has just failed, so you have to fix it immediately. So let's see how we can set this up. Basically, you can search for Sentry.io React Router v7 tracing, and we are going to be using the library mode. So we are using the routes component, right? If you take a look at the app.jsx, we are using the routes. So for that reason, we will see this setup. So first we need to install the package on the client side. Let's kill the front end and I can zoom in maybe. I'll say npm install add Sentry -react, and let's go with a specific version, which is going to be 10.1.0. So let's try to install it, and it's done. We can say npm run dev. Now let's try to see how we can set this up. It's pretty easy. First, from React Router, we would like to import every single one of those under the main.jsx. So React Router, not just this one, but we'll import every single one of these. And then we can call this sentry.init method. So I'll basically copy this, and it has a URL. I think we need to create a project. So here I'll say create a project with React, and I'll just leave everything as it is. For the name, I can say Slack Frontend, and I'll say create the project. Okay, so this is our DSN. First, let's paste what we have just copied, and we can import the Sentry just like this. So this is what they have in the documentation. Import everything as Sentry from Sentry React. Now we're gonna delete this part and get our DSN from the dashboard. So I'll copy it and paste it right here. And let's import React as well. So import React from React. Okay, so that's it for the main.jsx. The only thing we left, let's see, is just wrapping our routes with Sentry routes. So I'll copy this under the app.jsx. I'll paste this in where we have Sentry. Let's try to import it. So here is my import, and I think we can put it above the app. Instead of routes, we are gonna wrap it with Sentry routes. So here I'll replace it, and let's do the same thing for this one. Okay, so it is basically the same thing, but on top of it, you have some features related to Sentry so that it can, keep track of the performance. Okay, so that's the entire setup for Sentry. In the upcoming sections, we can add some, buttons just to test this out. And if we have any kind of errors, I think we should be able to see it from the dashboard. Are we running the front end? Yes, we do. Okay, so we are running it correctly. Here from the dashboard, you should be able to see all kinds of events. So let's say take me to issues. So currently we don't have anything, but if we had, we would get this kind of a UI, and I think we are going to see it in the upcoming sections. So with that, let's try to commit our changes. And actually, let's pretty quickly test this out because I want to make sure that we have set it up Sentry correctly on the front end. So create this button under the app.jsx. On click, just throw a test there. So let's save and go back into the front end, and let me refresh this page. Okay, for some reason it says crashed. Let's say localhost. Okay, now I'll just say throw the error. Once we click to it, under the feed, issues, feed, select the front end app, and refresh, we should be able to see that error that has just been created. Okay, so my test error from app.jsx, this is unhandled. We can click to it and just see the details. So why did this happen? Here's a breadcrumb. User clicked to the button, which is under the root, and this error has been, let's say, fired. And you can see how long it takes for the app to load, all the details, and we can assign this to a user in our team. And we can even track this issue in Jira, GitHub, etc. So with this, I think you're able to see the importance of Sentry in a production grade application. Alright, so with that, let's try to delete the button. It is working correctly. We have set it up, so we can basically get rid of that button. Now we'll close everything and go under the, actually let's kill everything as well. I'll go under the branches, create a new one. For this, I think I can say something like AuthProvider, create that one, stage all of our changes, and let's say AuthProvider Setup. So I just said AuthProvider and tool setup, so I'll commit my changes, publish the branch, and while this is publishing, we can go into the source code, which is this one, and create a pull request. So here I'll wait for the CodeRabbit to give me some suggestions, and then we are going to merge the pull request. So this will take a couple of minutes, and I'll just wait for it. Alright, so now it is ready. Here are the new features that we have introduced, such as the toast notification and the authenticated API requests. Then here are some more things, like we have included the error monitoring with Sentry. And then let's scroll down. Here's a quick walkthrough that you can pause the video, take a look at the files, the sequence diagram, and you can always find them in the source code. And just go ahead under the pull requests, find the related one, and you can go through the conversation. So here we have a couple of different suggestions. Basically, it says instead of using it in this way, you can put a Vite API URL, which is something that I have mentioned as well. We could do so, but what we have is also fine. So I'll just skip this optimization. So this is something that I'll definitely do in the upcoming sections. Instead of having this hard-coded, I'll just make this to be an environment variable. So this is in my notes. This is a to-do that we're going to do in the upcoming sections. For now, I don't want to do it because this section is already getting pretty long. Okay, again, it says you can include this quick optimization. Like, these are the things that I would definitely do if I was building this as a side project. But since we are in a tutorial, I don't want to waste too much time by going through every single optimization that we have here, right? So for that reason, I'll just say merge the pull request. Let's say confirm the merge. Once it is done, we can go ahead, close these, and switch to the master. Now we don't have the latest changes, right? If you take a look at that, we don't have providers or anything, but if we just try to sync this up with our GitHub repo, it's gonna get everything that we have just created. All right, so now our code base is up to date, what we have on GitHub, right? So with that, that's gonna be it for this section, and hopefully I'll see you in the next one. So in this section, we are going to create a custom hook, which is going to allow us to connect to our chat application. So let's see what I mean. We are going to call the custom hook, and it's going to allow us to fetch the channels, the direct messages, and get the real-time updates. So anything related to chat. So let's go ahead and create that file. Under the front end, first I'll create a hooks folder, and within this I'll say useStreamChat.js. Since this is a custom hook, it has to start with the keyword use, right? And then you can call the rest anything that you want, but this is the name that I'll be going with. Now, just before we get into this, I'd like to add some performance optimizations. So I'll go under the app.jsx. Here I found the signed in and signed out components working a little bit slow. So what I mean, let's try to first run our application. So I will open up my terminal and let's first cd into the backend and let's run this. And let's do the same thing for the front end. I'll cd into it and I'll say npm run dev. Okay, now let's try to visit this pretty quickly under localhost 5173. So as you can tell, it took a little bit of time until it loads. Maybe you cannot see it, but I found it pretty slow using in this way. So instead, what I'll be doing is this. So I'll say const, we're going to destructure something from use auth hook, sorry. And then we'll go inside and we'll say something like is signed in. So this is going to give you if user is signed in or not. So instead of using this, let me just delete that, and maybe I can copy this and paste it because I'm going to leave it as a comment. So I'll say first, let's say version of routing, but just in case if you would like to have it in your code, in the source code, I'll just leave it here. But now let's try to change it. So I'll delete the signed in, signed out, and instead of having all of them like twice, we'll just wrap everything and do it in one go. So what I mean, let's delete this part, and I think I'll just delete these Sentry routes. We'll just have one at the very top, and then we're gonna have a couple of different routes. So in the home page, we're gonna show the home page, right? But this is going to be dynamic. So I'll say something like if user is signed in, then show them the home page, but else just navigate them to the auth page. So I'll copy this and paste it. And make sure that you, close this part. Okay, so I'll just zoom out. Okay, so let me just pretty quickly walk you through again. If user wants to visit the home page, and if they are signed in, show them the home page. But else, if they are not signed in, take them to the auth page, right? So I hope that makes sense. Now let's do the same thing for the auth page. So I'll say if they are not signed in, and if they want to visit the auth page, okay, that's fine. We can show them the auth page. But if they are authenticated, they cannot visit the auth page, right? So I'll copy this part, paste this in, and I'll say take them to the home page. So please pause the video and read these two lines. It should make sense. And then we are gonna have call page. So for now, I'll just delete this. We don't need it. Maybe here we can add a to-do, add call page. This is gonna be in the upcoming sections. And then for the, any other pages than these, we would like to navigate them either to the auth page or home page. So here I'll say if user is signed in, take them to the home page. So let me copy this, paste this, and make sure this is home page. But if they are not signed in, just take them to the auth page. So I hope that makes sense. And while we are here, let's do the call page as well. I don't want to leave a to-do. So here I'll cut this. Let's say under the pages, we can create the call page. And for now, I'll just get this basic snippet. And I'll go ahead, copy this one, I'll paste it. So we're gonna say the route is going to be /call, and it's gonna have a dynamic ID. So we'll say :ID. And we're gonna get into it, like what does that mean in the upcoming sections. So I'll say if user is signed in, show them the call page, but else navigate them to the auth page because they are not signed in. And make sure to import the call page. Okay, so let's try to maybe get rid of these imports that we don't use. You can say Command-Shift-P and organize imports. It's gonna get rid of the imports that you don't use. Okay, so this routing, I find it pretty faster than what we have here because it takes a bit of time for these components to load in the client side. Now, if you take a look at your project, everything should be working as expected. Maybe in the first go, it's going to break. Let's kill that and open up localhost. Okay, so I'll just refresh. Initially, we are in the auth page because it checks if we are authenticated or not. So we can say is loaded, which is like if Clerk is loaded or not. So I'll say if it is not loaded, just return nothing until it is loaded. Okay, now I'll refresh. We are never redirected to the auth page. So we are immediately gonna be in the home page. Let me kill this and open up again. Okay, so I am authenticated. I'm going to refresh. Immediately I am in the home page. I don't see that flickering effect. Alright, so that was the quick optimization that we just had. Once again, I'd like to pretty quickly walk you through it. If user wants to visit the home page, if they are authenticated, we're going to show them the home page, but else we're going to navigate them to the auth page. So in this similar concept, you can read the rest of it. This is pretty basic to understand. Now, the other thing that I'd like to do is setting up the Tailwind CSS, because time to time I'd like to use it. Now, let's say you're watching this video a couple of years later, right? The version 5 probably will be out or something like that. Just make sure you select the version 4, right? And then go under the documentation. So here we would like to use it with Vite. I can zoom in maybe a bit. We already have a project, so we can just skip the first step and copy these dependencies. Open up the terminal, kill the front end, and paste this in. So this is going to install it. And then it says visit vite-config.ts, copy this line. Let's open this up, vite-config.js. This is what we have because we're using JavaScript. And under the plugins, just include, put a comma and Tailwind CSS, call the method. This is what they say. And then in the, I think in the index.css, all we have to do is just including this line. So I'll go right here in VS Code, save, index.css. Now we can delete everything. I'll just paste this in. Okay, because Tailwind CSS is already going to include these styles. And let's see if we don't add the body, how it'll look like. I'll delete everything, paste this in, and run my application. Say npm run dev under the front end. Okay, now let's try to test this out with a Tailwind CSS class. Here I'll create, let's say under the homepage, I'll say class name, something like background red 500, just to test out if it is working or not. Okay, so it is working. That means Tailwind CSS is set it up correctly. Okay, so I just deleted that class name. Very last thing, we'll go under the lib and create an API.js file. So here I'd like to import Axios from the Axios file. This is our instance. And then we'll say, let's create a function. Let's say const async function. And actually delete the const, just say async function. Here for the name, I'll say get stream token. Now we might be asking, what the hell is this, right? Under the backend, if you remember, we have a route. So for API/chat/token, we said that this is going to authenticate the user with a stream. So we're going to call this endpoint so that we can get a token as the response, right? So here I'll say this is our function. We don't need to take any arguments. I'll say const response await Axios instance.get. Now, if you're thinking we need to type something like HTTP localhost 5001 /API/chat/token. Like, this is not correct because we don't need to type this out completely. You might be asking why, because under the base URL, we already included this part, right? Up until /API, it is included. All we have to do, just delete this part and include the rest. I hope that makes sense. So that's why we are including the base URL in the first place. And then I'll say return the response.data. Since this is a get method, we're gonna just put .get, right? Here, let me double check. So it is a get request, we're gonna put .get. If it was post, we would say post. If it was delete, you get the point. Here we'll go with the get request. So in this file, this is the only function that we're gonna have. But if you would like to make this project, even larger than this, at the end of the tutorial, you can come here and add more functions under the API.js. Okay, so this is the function that we're gonna call under our custom hook. Okay, so what we have done pretty quickly, we have updated our routes, right? We have handled the navigation in a better way. At least this is what I think. Then we have set it up Tailwind. Then finally, we have set it up the API.js. Now we can get started with the useStreamChat hook. Once we are done with it, we are going to end this section. So first things first, I'll get a couple of different imports. So from React, we are going to get the state and use effect. We are going to get the StreamChat from this package. From Clerk, use user, our query, get stream token, which is the function that we have just created. And then the Sentry, because we're gonna do some error handling. And then let's try to put our API key under the frontend, under the .env file. So here I'll say something like _stream key, the API key actually. And let's grab this. So it is this one. Make sure you copy the API key. Secret should be only in the server, but you can share this API key on the front end as well. So we're going to paste this in so that we can connect to our backend, right? Connect to our, stream project. So make sure you copy this, paste this in, and we're going to be using it. So copy this key because we'll say something like const stream _API _key, and we'll say import meta.env and make sure this is matching with what you have right here. And then let me shrink the left hand side. So we are going to create this, let's say export const use stream chat. This is going to be our hook. And within this, first let's get the authenticated user from Clerk. And then I would like to create a chat client. So here I'll say chat client, which is going to be null initially. And once we are connected to our stream project, we are going to set this up with that instance. So let's say first, let's fetch the stream token using TanStack query, right? React query. So here is what I'll be doing. I'll say use query, and this is going to give us a couple of different values. So let's say we're going to get the data, and we can rename this to be something like token data. You don't have to rename it, but this is what I'll be doing. It makes our code a lot more cleaner. And then we can get the loading state. Here we can see we have a bunch of different things, not just the loading, but this is what I'm going to get. And I'll say token loading. And then finally, I'll get the error state, and let's say token error. Okay, now this wants you to pass an object. First, I'll add a query key, which is like an identifier. So you can put this like anything, like hello, but it should be something like stream token so that our code is easier to read. And then the query function. Now, a query is just a GET request, right? So for our function, we would like to use this one. So it is going to just send a GET request to our endpoint. So I'll say GET stream token. Now this would run automatically, right? But we only want to run this if user is authenticated. So here I can say something like enabled if we have user, right? Now this is an object, so we can turn this into a boolean by adding two bang operators. So this is a JavaScript trick. If you don't know, maybe you can double check this. It is basically, let me just say, this will take the object and convert it to a boolean value, right? So it's going to be either true or false at the end of the day. And here I'll even say user.id, and let's put the question mark as well. Okay, so this is going to give us the token data. Now we can run a use effect to initialize the StreamChat client. So I'll say init StreamChat client. Just follow along with me. Once we are done with this hook, it should make sense. So I'll say use effect, call this, let's initialize it, and just leave it as an empty array for now. So I can zoom in maybe a little bit. Okay, so within this, I'll say first create a method called initChat. AI is kind of annoying, but bear with me. Let's say async. It is going to be an arrow function. And then first I'd like to check if we have the token or if user is authenticated. So if not, we'll say just return, don't do anything. But if we have them, we can run a try and catch block. So let me maybe just kill the copilot for 5 minutes so that it is not annoying. Okay, so in the try, first we'll try to create the client. I'll say client, and if you don't know what client means, basically it is an instance that allows you to communicate with Stream, right? In this case. So I'll say StreamChat dot get instance, and you can read it what it does. It's gonna like get a client instance. This function always returns the same client instance to avoid issues. You know, we can read the rest. Basically we're gonna get the instance by passing our Stream API key that we just have above. So now that we have the client, we can basically connect to that project. So I'll say await client.connect user, say connect user, and we're gonna pass the user object. So I'll open up my object and I'll say here is the user ID, user.id. We can put the name, user full name, I think this is what we have, and we can say image is going to be user.image URL. Now that we have the client, we can basically say set chat client to be this client that we just created. Okay, so user is connected, client has been set it up. If we have any errors, we can for now just say console.log error connecting to stream, and we can just put the error. Now here, if you would like to capture some exceptions with Sentry, you can basically say Sentry.capture exception, say capture exception, and then here you can put first, you know, the error, whatever that is, and then you can put some extra context. So here I'll open up the object and I'll say tags. Let's add some tags such as, you know, component is useStreamChat, right? This is the hook where the error is coming from. And then you can even add some extra context. Let's say context, I'd like to just copy and paste from my notes instead of typing this out. We're gonna put a context. Let's say here's the user ID that got the error, and you know, if Stream API key is available or not. So you can add a lot more different things. This is just an example. Okay, so let's go below to here, which is this function. You can shrink this. Then we're gonna call the function. And I will say run this use effect whenever the token data changes, user changes, and even we can put the, I think that's it. Yeah, we don't need to put anything else. For performance reasons, let's put a cleanup. Here I'll say return the cleanup function. And here I'll basically say if we have the chat client, just go ahead and disconnect the user because, you know, user has left the chat or something, right? So I'll say chat client. Do we get any? So we don't get any auto suggestions, but let me check from here. If we say something like client.disconnect user, so we have this basically, but since we are not using TypeScript, I think it cannot infer the type. So here I'll say disconnect the user. And we can call this method. Here we can put the chat client just to make it happy. Okay, now we can save. That's the entire hook. We would like to return these values. So I'll say return the chat client. We can return the is loading state if we really wanted to. Let's say token loading. And we can say something like error token error. Okay, so that's the entire hook. I know that it might look a little bit weird. Let me just zoom out and walk you through it from start till the end. So first of all, why are we using this hook in the first place, right? Why did we create this hook? I'll just put as a comment. So this hook is used to connect the current user to the StreamChat API so that users can see each other's messages, send messages to each other, get real-time updates, etc. Right? All kinds of updates and features that is related to chat. And it also handles the disconnection when the user leaves the page. And if you read the code, this is the exact same thing that, what we have here. We get the user from Clerk, fetch the stream token using TanStack, right? We pass our query function so that we can get some token data. And we have some additional fields for loading and error state. So we connect the user to our stream chat, which is going to be our client, set the state with it. If we have any errors, handle it. And if user disconnects, just disconnect them from the chat so that, if user is disconnected, let's see, they're not going to have, I cannot zoom in, but they're not going to have this online indicator, right? So here it is offline because user is disconnected. And eventually we are just returning these fields because let's save this file, because let's say in the home page, we're going to do something like this in the upcoming sections. So we'll say use stream chat, call the method, and we're going to grab these values, right? So we're going to get the chat client. If we wanted to, we can get the error and is loading. So this is what we're going to be doing in the upcoming sections. So that's why we are returning these fields, right? So that we can destructure them. So I hope that makes sense. Now let's delete everything. And I'd like to leave this section here. We have done a couple of different things, such as setting up Tailwind, creating the hook, adding the API.js, and also updating our routes. Okay, let's try to create a new branch. Here I'll say create a new one. For the name, we can just say useStreamChat hook, or just leave it as it is. Then I'll say add everything to the staging area and make sure that your .env is ignored. So if you have this file that we have created at the beginning, that means this is going to be ignored. So here for the message, we can first, let's add everything to the staging area. And for the message, we can say something like use stream chat added, commit, publish the branch, and let's try to create the pull request. So here I'll say compare and create the pull request. And now I'm just gonna wait for the CodeRabbit to give me some suggestions, and once it is done, we'll just end this section. So the summary is ready by CodeRabbit. Here we can take a look at the new features and the refactoring that we have done in our code, then the walkthrough of the files, as well as the sequence diagram. So this is the navigation, like what's gonna happen if user is authenticated or not when they visit different pages. So this is something that we have talked about, so I can just scroll to the bottom and let's take a look at the suggestions that we have in our code base. Now on purpose, I have included an error in the custom hook, so let's see if it can determine that. First, it says instead of using React Router, you could use React Router DOM, but not really, this is the latest version, so we can just skip this suggestion. And then it says for the query key, you could use the user ID. You could include this one, which is correct, but we can also skip that. So it's completely fine. This is not a potential critical issue, but just a suggestion. So I'll just scroll to the bottom and here is the custom hook. Let's see if it can find the potential issue. Yep, it is. Okay, so let me just explain what we are doing wrong here in this file. I'll go into the useStreamChat. So we have a use effect, right? Now this use effect is going to cause a, let's say, infinite loop because we have the chat client in the dependency array, and this is what we set in the init chat. We are just setting this, which is coming from the get instance method. Now, even if this is not an infinite loop, this is going to do, let's say, some extra API calls, so which is not really good. What we can do, first delete it from here, from the dependency array, and we can put a canceled state with a local variable. So let's see if we have it. Okay, so it is right here, it is creating it. Initially it is false. You know, if it is false, we're gonna set the state, but if it is true, we're not gonna set that. So again, this is a basic React concept that you should know. Not really too much basic, but as a mid developer, I think you should definitely know this. So we can copy this and paste it into our code base. And I think we can even just say commit this suggestion. So I'll say just commit the changes. Okay, so this has been added, and I think it's gonna do another check. Once it is done, we can do the, we can merge the pull request. But since, like, other than this, we don't have any suggestions, that is potential issue. So what I'll be doing is just merge the pull request. Let's say confirm the merge. Okay, once it is done, we can go back into the, I think we can also, let me just do Control Z. So just bring this back to the initial state. This is what I had. Now I can say bring the latest changes. Okay, so these are the new things that we have, right? I think this part looks a little bit weird, but I'll just leave it as it is. It used the full name. If it is not available, it's gonna get the username all the way up to the ID. And we have this canceled state. If you would like to, type this out, here is the entire code. Maybe I can just zoom in a little bit. So from start till the end. So these are everything, like the entire code that we have. You can just copy it and paste it from the source code if you really wanted to. Now I'll just go into the master branch. Let's say sync this up. Okay, so we have everything. It is up to date. We can leave this section here. I know that it was a little bit confusing to build this hook, but I would say just pause the video and take a look at the code. Read this, what we have here. It should make sense. And with that, hopefully I'll see you in the next section. So in this section, let's get started with the home page. So under the source, under the pages, let's go into the home page. And since we have our custom hook, we are able to get started with this page. So first, I'll go ahead and create a couple of different states. The first one is going to be if the model is open or not. Now, what I mean, let's take a look at the screenshots. When you say create channel, it's going to update the state so that we can see the model, right? So this is like either true or false. So that's like this is that state that we are going to create. And instead of typing this out, I'll just paste this in. Okay, let's say import the use state. Initially, it's going to be false. Then we'll have another state, which is for the active channel. Now, what I mean, let me first save this to get the formatting. Okay, so the active channel is initially going to be null. And when you select a channel, it's going to be the active one. So here it is YouTubers, it is active. If you click to introductions, it would be active. So we would update the state with it. And one more thing, if you, let's say you selected YouTubers, right? And you refresh the page, you still want to be in this state. And how can we make this happen? Well, let's say we click to YouTubers, right? We would like to add something like this to URL. I'll say channel is equal to, not underscore, let's say YouTubers. So you copy this and open up a new tab. It should immediately take you to the YouTubers channel, right? So for this, we are going to be using the search params. So let's see how we can use it. Again, instead of typing this out, I am too lazy. So I'll just paste this in. And this is going to be coming from React Router. So I'll say import, not from React Router DOM, but just from React Router. And you'll see how to use it. It is just like use state. You have the, the value and then the setter method. Now we can call our hook, which is use, I think it was StreamChat. useStreamChat. For some reason, I cannot get the auto suggestion. Let me import it manually. Okay, so this is the correct path. And from here, we'll get a couple of different values, which are the things that we are, let's say, we are exporting. Now, I just realized this is kind of like unnecessary that we are trying to update the name here, right? We are renaming it, and then at the bottom, we are again renaming it back to is loading, which is kind of stupid. I don't know why I have done this, but basically, I'll go ahead and delete this renaming. So instead of token loading, I'll just leave it as is loading, and let's do the same thing for the error. And here, instead of using these, we can just let them like is loading is equal to is loading, and error is equal to error. Since they are the same thing, we can just shorten this by deleting the left hand side, sorry, the right hand side, not the left. Okay, so now everything should be working out. This is the exact same thing what we have previously, but I just changed the name because it doesn't make sense to rename it both from here and then at the bottom. Okay, so we can save this file, get the formatting, and maybe create a use effect. So here I'll say use effect. Let's try to say run this on mount, right? And then here we'll do something like if we have the chat client. And basically what we are doing here is that we would like to set the active channel from the URL params, right? When we reload the page, this use effect is going to run. Let's say if we have the chat client, we can get the channel ID from the URL. So we can say search params.get channel, not ID, I'll just say channel. Okay, so from the, let's say, like I would like to show you the example. Let's say this is equal to channel, is equal to YouTubers, is going to get you the value, right? It's not going to get you this part. This is the key, so it'll get you the value. So this is what we are doing. Just imagine as if this is equal to YouTubers. And then we'll say if we have something, like if channel ID existed, we can basically say chat client dot channel, and this channel is going to be type of messaging. Now Stream has a couple of different channel types. We'll be using the messaging. Let me show you that. Under the Stream channel types, here we can see we have things like commerce, messaging, gaming, live stream, team, but we'll be using the messaging in this case. Okay, so let's go ahead and say this is the messaging channel that we would like to use, and here is the channel ID. And this is going to give us something which is going to be the channel itself. Let's say channel. We just got that, and we can say here is the active channel. So say set active channel to be this one. And then right here we can say run this whenever the chat client updates or when the storage param updates, right? Okay, so that's it for the use effect. I hope that makes sense. We are basically getting the params from the URL and connecting to that channel. Actually, we have already connected, but we are setting the active channel. Now we can get into the return statement, but just before that, I'll put something like if we have an error, we can return something. For now, I'll just put a p tag just to keep it simple. I'll say something went wrong, ... And here maybe you can add a to-do, like this is the challenge that I'll give you. Let's say handle this with a better component. Okay, so this is a to-do, and then we'll say if is loading, or if we don't have the chat client, in this case we can return a component. You can put a p tag, but I'll provide this to you. Let's say it's going to be page loader component. Let's try to create it pretty quickly under the components.jsx, and like this is going to be 10 lines of code, and we're going to be using an icon. So first let's go under the front end, and let me first run the backend. I'll say cd backend npm run dev, and then let's go into the front end, cdf npm install. We would like to install the lucid-react, which is the icon library that we are going to be using. You can double check that. Let's say lucid react. Like it has all kinds of icons that you can use. And probably this is my favorite icon library that I always use. Now let's go ahead. This has been installed. We can say npm run dev on the front end, and let's try to get the code. It is just 10 lines of code. You can grab this from GitHub, or you can just type this out. We are importing the loader icon from Lucid React, and we are using some Tailwind CSS classes just to get a beautiful page loader component. Okay, so let's save and import this. Now just to see it in the UI, first I'll save, and here I'll just say true, so that we can just see it in UI how that look. Okay, so this is that component we just built. Here I think there's an error, that's why we got something went wrong. Let's see what is the error. Okay, so we have the course error, which is expected. Let's try to fix it. Now why this is happening, we are trying to send a request from frontend to the backend without handling the course, right? So I'll go under the source, server.js. Here, maybe we can put something like app.use, and I'll just say course. Let's try to call the method, and we would like to import the package. Okay, so it's been imported, and we can even put the origin, right? I'll say for now it's going to be, let's say, localhost 5001. Later we can update this to be dynamic, coming from an environment variable. For now, let's keep it simple, and I'll say credentials is equal to true. That means allow client to send cookies, right? So that they can send the token, which is this one, under the AuthProvider. We are sending this token in the headers, right? If you say credentials true, client will be able to send that token. So I hope that makes sense. Now, if we take a look at this, we should not get that error. Okay, so why are we getting it? Probably backend hasn't started yet. Okay, so it is just started. Let's see, I'll refresh. Okay, that's weird. Okay, once again, I know the solution. This is not our client. Our client is 5173, right? You should put the client URL right here. Now let's see, I'll refresh. Again, backend is not started yet, I believe. Okay, it's not started, let's wait. Once it is started, we should be good to go. Okay, come on. I think that's because of Sentry. It is initializing on the backend, and that takes a little bit of time. If you refresh, now everything is fine. We don't have any errors. Okay, now let's go under the homepage.jsx and bring this back, make it to be dynamic, and we can get started with the actual return statement. Now, as you can imagine, we are not going to have these, and actually we're going to have a bunch of different class names, right? We are going to be using things like chat wrapper, and now just to save some time, I have prepared all the styles that we're going to need. So we don't need to waste 2 hours typing all these classes just to get this kind of a UI. So for that reason, I'll go ahead under these styles. I'll create a separate file called stream-chat-theme.css. You can find this file from the source code. Please go ahead, copy it completely and paste this in. And I'm kind of worried to paste this in because it is huge. It is like 1000 lines of code. I know that it is huge, but trust me, there is nothing complicated and no logic at all. So we have things like display flags, centering the item, putting some colors, font weight, maybe some box shadow could be a little bit annoying to you, but I have mostly generated them with AI. So I'm gonna be honest, I'll be transparent. I didn't type this out like most of the time. It is 90% AI generated, and some parts was broken, so I just had to deep dive and fix it. But basically, this is all the styles that we'll be using. So we could type this out. It would take 2 hours. Yeah, so I do really hope you don't mind it. So just go ahead, save this file, and under the home page, we are going to import it. I'll just scroll to the top. I'll say go under the styles and get this file. Now we can put these classes, and hopefully everything should be working out. So from stream, we are going to import the chat component, and basically we will wrap everything with this component so that chat messaging works in the home page. Here this wants you to put the client, which is going to be our chat client instance. Now we need to import the chat from stream. Let me just scroll to the top and get these. So we'll get chat, channel list, and everything that you can see from this package. And this is something that we have already installed. So we can just scroll to the bottom and move on. First, I'll have something like a div, which is going to get this class name. Let's say chat, not header, but container. And within this, we can have the left sidebar. I'll put the comment. And then within this, we'll have a div. Let's say this is going to get the class name str, which stands for stream. We'll say chat __ channel dash list. Okay, so here we can get another div. Let's say this div is going to get the team channel list. So this is the class. And within this, we can put the header component. And please let me show you that this is the part that we are trying to build, right? So this is going to be the left-hand side. This is going to be the header. We're going to put this button, and then we're going to create the model. So let's try to go step by step. This is the header. Instead of typing this out, I think I'll just copy and paste. It is 5 lines of code. You can just pause the video, take a look at it. This is what I have copied. We have all these classes with an image, which is our logo, and then the user button, which is coming from Clerk. Let's actually save and take a look at the output. Okay, so we're just getting there. This is what we have. Button is wrapped with this kind of a wrapper component. Let me zoom in. Can I zoom in? Yep. Okay, so this is what we have on the left-hand side. I'll just zoom out. And let's move on. So right after the user button, after these two divs, which is the header component, so you can shrink this. Right after this, we will have the channels list, let's say. And here, this is going to have the class name, let's say team, all lowercase, dash channel, let's say list __ content. So these are the classes mostly coming from stream. If you say, why do we have this kind of weird class names with underscores? So this is what we call the BEM class naming. You can take a look at that. Block element modifier. So this is something that we used to use all the time before we get into Tailwind CSS. But yeah, this is one of the concepts that you can take a look at. So in most of the code bases, like if you join to a company, most probably that you're going to see this kind of a class name. So basically we have these classes in almost every code base now. Okay, so under this div, or actually within this, I'll create one more div with the class name being create dash channel section. And if you find this boring to type out, you can copy and paste from the source code and just watch me doing it. So under this button, we are going to have, let's say, an onClick method, which is going to be updating the state. So I'll just accept that. It is going to set the state to be true. And for the class name, I'll just say create channel btn. And within this, we are going to have a plus icon coming from Lucid React. Class name is going to be size of 4. And I can maybe kill the GitHub Copilot so that it's not annoying. Okay, size is going to be 4. And right after this, we'll have a span, which will be create channel. So again, let's take a look at that. This is what we have, like a beautiful button. And all these styles are coming from that file that we just copied and pasted. So right after the button and after this first div, I'll put a comment. This is where the channel list will go. Okay, the channel list component. So we're going to be calling this in a couple of minutes. But for now, I'd like to shrink the left sidebar, which is this one. Okay, so find this div, shrink this, and go below right to it. Here we would like to put the right container. So I'll say add a comment like right container. And then within this, I'll just say chat dash main. And we'll have a couple of different components coming from stream. So we'll put the channel, and let's say here is the channel prop and pass the active channel. So this is going to tell tell to the stream which channel is active at the moment. And then we are going to call the window component. And again, every single thing is coming from the stream documentation at this point. So within this, we'll put the custom, let's say custom channel header, which is a component that we are going to create. And it is going to look like this, where we have, the channel name, number of users, the members, a button, and then the pinned messages. So this is something that we're going to build. For now, I can comment this out. And then here I'll say we would like to have the message list. And right after this, we're going to have the message input. So these are the components that we have already imported. And also we would like to have the thread feature, right? So we want users to be able to send messages on their threads. So for that reason, we will import the thread right after the window. All right, so let's save our code. Right after the channel, we have two different divs, right? Let's go below to both of them, and I will add this conditional rendering. So I'll say if is the create model is open, we would like to render this component, which is going to be create channel model. So this is a component that we're going to create in a second. And let's say we're going to pass the is open state. Let's say is create model open, and then the on close method. So if user wants to close that, we are going to update the state to be false. Okay, now let's try to create this. I'll go under the components. Oops, so under the front end, source, components, let's say .jsx, get the snippet for now, and try to import it. Now let's save and check if we have any errors or not. I'll open up the terminal. Okay, so we don't have any errors, and this is what we have currently on the right hand side. Okay, now let's get into the model component, which is going to look like this. So we have two different views. When we say public, this is what we're going to have. We just need to put a channel name and an optional description. But if you say private, UI is going to update where you can select some users. You can either select everyone or just one by one, just get the users that you'd like to have. And then you can create the channel. Now, as you can tell, we're going to need a couple of different states, such as the channel name, the channel type, if there are any descriptions or not. And then we can have an error state. And then we also need to fetch the users, right? We're going to fetch these users from our stream account. So let's see which states do we need here in this component, in the create channel model. Here, I'll just go ahead, paste this in, and I'll walk you through it. You can pause the video and type this out or get it from the source code. So just import the use state and search params from React Router. So we have the channel name, type, description, a loading state if we are creating it or not, if we have any errors, the users that we're going to fetch, the selected members, and the loading state for the users, because we are going to fetch these users from stream, right? Maybe it'll take, let's say, something like 2 seconds. In those 2 seconds, we would like to, show some kind of a loading state right here. So that's why we have this state. And then we would like to get the search params because we are going to be needing it. And then let's say we will need useChat context, which is going to be imported from StreamChat React. And this is going to give us the client. So this is the stream project that we are connected to, and we'll say set active channel. So instead of we building the return statement first, let's handle the logic. We're going to write everything that we would need, things like use effects, functions, and then we will get into the return statement, which is going to be a lot more easier. Okay, one more thing that I'd like to mention. Here, when we create a channel, for the name, we are going to have 3 different requirements. So the name should be at least 3 characters. At most, it could be, let's say, 22 characters, and it is required. So you cannot put something like, nothing, right? You cannot put an empty space. So for that reason, let's try to keep this in mind, and we are going to need a function for that. And actually, I can just provide this to you directly. So right here, this is what I mean. which is validate channel name. So this function is going to get the name and check for these requirements. So this is what I just said. If channel name is valid, if it is correct, it's going to return an empty string, which means, you know, like there is no errors. Okay, so we're going to be using this function. You can type this out or get it from the source code. Now let's go ahead and just get started with our use effect. I'll put a comment. I'll say fetch users, or let's say member selection, and I will again snooze the copilot so that it is not annoying. Okay, I'll create a use effect. Let's import it. So you can create a custom hook for this as well, but I'd like to keep everything in one file so that it is a lot easier to follow for beginners. So I'll say fetch users. This is our function. Let's create that. And at the end of the day, we would like to call this method, right? I'll say fetch users and call that. Now within this function, we can have this if check. We'll say if there is not client.user. So this is just for, you know, some clean code so that our code doesn't break, right? So we'll say if there is nothing, just say return, don't do anything. But else you can say set loading users to be equal to true. And we can get into the try and catch block. We can even have something like finally block, right? Within the try, I'll say const, we're gonna get a response. Maybe I should zoom in one more level. Okay, so we'll say response await client.query users. Now one more thing, when we fetch the users, we would like to see everyone in the model, but we don't really want to see ourselves, right? Because we are the creator of the channel, so there is no point to fetch ourselves. So we'd like to exclude the current user. So let's put the filter for that. I'll say open up an object where we have the ID. So let me give a little bit of formatting. Okay, so here I'll say where the ID is equal to, and actually not equal to, the client. This should be a column. Client.user.id. So do I have a typo? So I just realized we shouldn't have these curly braces. That was unnecessary. Okay, so we're gonna fetch every single user, but not the current one. And then we can say include the name. So we'll just say name will be 1. And I think this is for sorting, right? Let's see, sort options. Yeah, okay, so we're gonna sort them by the name. If you take a look at that, A comes first, B, and then it goes in that order. And then right after this, I'll just say limit. We can maybe just get the first 100 users. So that was our response. We can say something like set users to be response.users. Just in case if this is undefined or something, you can fold this back with an empty array. And in the catch, I'll just say console log, let's say error fetching users. If you'd like to capture an event with Sentry, you can do so. So we'll just say something like Sentry capture event, exception, and we would import the Sentry at the top of the file. So this is what I'll have. Let's say this is the error. Finally, we can say the set loading users to be equal to false. So either we succeed or fail, the loading state should be false. And here we can just even say set users to be an empty array if we fail. So that was our use effect. And here we can say whenever the client updates, you can run this use effect, which is going to fetch the users, right? So that was our very first use effect. The second one that I'd like to add is to reset the form whenever we open it up, right? So whenever I open up the model, I would like this to be resetted in the initial state. So here I can say use effect. Let's open this up. And we're gonna run this part. Let me just copy and paste. We'll just set everything to be in the initial state. And I have just added a comment for your reference in the source code. Now, one last use effect, which is to select every single user on the public channels. So if you say make the channel to be public, in the background, you would like to select every single user to be included in this channel, right? So this is what we're going to be doing. We'll just say if channel type is equal to public, just go ahead, select every single user and get their ID. but else we'll just leave it as an empty array. Okay, so just save this code and get the auto formatting. Now, what do we want to do when we type into the model? So if you type into the name, you would like to update the state and in real time check if you have any errors for the name, right? We would like to validate it as we type in. So for this, I'll give you a function, which is like 5 lines of code, which is handle channel name change. We're going to get the event, grab the value, so whatever they type in, we are going to update the channel name state with it. And at the same time, we're going to validate the channel name. So now this might look a little bit weird, but basically this is either going to return something like true or false, right? Depending on the value. So we are just validating it. Actually, it's not going to return true or false, but let's say it's going to return a string like this, right? So it could be channel name is required if user doesn't have anything in the input, or if it is less than 3, this would be the value. I hope that makes sense. Okay, so that was the second function that we have. The other one is to handle the member toggle. So I know that I'm going pretty slowly, but I just want to make sure to explain everything. If you click to this user, this is going to be checked. If you click to it again, it is not. It is going to be unchecked. So we need to create a function for that as well. So instead of typing this out, it's super basic. I'll just paste this in. We are going to get the user ID in this function, and we are going to either filter this out or add it at the very end, right? Depending on the state, if we include it already or not. And then one more function, let's say const handle submit. What happens when you submit the form? So I'll say this is going to be an async function where we'll get the event and run a function. So within this function, the first thing I'd like to do is preventing the default behavior so that the page doesn't get reloaded. And then the second thing that I'd like to do is checking for validations. I'll just say const validation error and validate the channel name. So if we have any errors, we can return out of this function and set the state with it. And then we can check if we are in the loading state, or if client doesn't exist yet, we can just return out of this function as well. So these are just some optimization if checks that we are adding. And then we can say set is creating to be true. So I'll just say paste this to be true and reset any errors. If we have anything, just reset that, because we are just about to try to do something, right? We'll say try and catch block. Now there is one thing that I'd like to explain. If user put a channel name here, so channel name should be something like marketing all lowercase, right? But if user wants to put, let's say, my cool channel, exclamation point, hashtag, let's say 1. We would like to take this name and basically convert it to be my cool channel -1, right? So this is what we'd like to do. If you have anything weird, just take it and make it lowercase and how do we call it, like dash separated. So for that reason, I'll give you 5 lines of code. Once again, we'll say channel name, just convert it to be lowercase, get rid of any empty spaces, right? We're gonna delete the spaces and we are going to replace them with dashes. And we are going to replace, I think, like all these weird characters with nothing. So we're gonna delete them and we're gonna get the first 20 items because we don't want this to be longer than 20 characters. And this is some regular expressions that I have generated with AI. So if you delete that and ask me to type this out, I cannot and I don't have to. Here I'll go ahead and prepare some channel data. Say prepare the channel data, like who is the owner, what is the name, who are the members, things like that. I'll say const channel data. It's going to be an object. So I know that this file is pretty long, but we are just going step by step. I think everything is making sense so far. I'll say name. We're going to get the channel name, and let's trim this down to get rid of the empty spaces. And then we are going to do something like created by ID, which is the current user's ID, and then we're gonna say the members. Let me just save to get this formatting. So the members is going to be the current user as well as the selected members. So that's the channel data. Now I'll say if user wants to put a description, which is optional, then we can include it. We'll say channel data description is going to be equal to that state. And then we'll check if channel type, let's say channel type is equal to private. We'll do something right here, but else we'll do something else, which is the public channel. So first for the private, I'll say channel data dot private is going to be equal to true. And then we can say channel data dot visibility is also going to be equal to private. Okay, just make sure that this is boolean and not a string. And in the else, we'll say channel data dot visibility is going to be equal to public. And then we'll say channel data dot discoverable will be equal to true. So this is a custom field that we are adding. So I'll just say custom field that we add so that we can know which channel is public or not, and we'll be using this discoverable in the upcoming sections, right? So I'll just say we will use it later in the video. Okay, once we use it, I think this is going to make sense. For now we can just ignore that. So these are all the channel data that we have prepared. Now we can basically say client dot channel, and you can see what it does. It returns a new channel with the given type, ID, and custom data. Here we'll say this is the messaging type of messaging. Here's the channel ID, and then we can pass the custom fields, which is our channel data, and this is going to return us the channel. Let's assign it. Then we can say something like await channel dot watch, which is going to listen for real-time updates, right? So you can hover over that, loads the initial channel state, and watches for any upcoming changes so that our application works in real time. And since we have just created a channel, let's make it active immediately. So I'll just say set active channel to be this one that we just created. And then we'll say something like set the search params to be, let's say, pass the key, which is a channel. This is how we store the key, and the value is going to be channel ID. Okay, finally I can put a toast. Let's import the toast and say success. I'll import it in a second. Let's say channel created successfully. I can copy and paste this. Okay, so channel, whatever the name is, created successfully. And finally we can just call the onClose method. So I'll scroll to the top. First, destructure my fields, which was, if you remember, is open, as well as the onClose. So I'll say is open and onClose. Here I'd like to import the toast from React hot toast. Okay, so it looks like we are not using this. Is it correct? It should be like C should be uppercase. Okay, in the catch, I can for now just say console.log error creating the channel. And finally, I'll just update my state, the loading state. Let's say set is creating to be equal to false. Okay, so I think we can save this, and that's the entire logic that we would need. Let's put the error here just to make it happy. So we have some errors because we are not using these methods. We didn't call them, but once we get into the return statement, we'll be using them. And now let's actually build the return statement so that we can test it out if everything is working correctly or not. So first, let's delete the content, and the first div is going to have this class name, which is create channel model overlay, separated with the dashes. And then we'll have one more div, which is going to be create, let's say channel dash model. And within this, I'll have one more div. Yes, let's type this out. Say create channel dash model underscore underscore, let's say header component, right? This is going to be the header, which is going to have the h2 as well as a button. So I'll go ahead, paste this in, import the X icon. Once you click to it, it's going to call the onClose method. Let's test this out. If you click to this one, model is open. If you close that, it is gone. So we're just getting started. So that was the header. I think you can just shrink this. It would be a lot more easier to follow along. And let's kill AI for 10 minutes. So here I would like to get something like a form component, right? So I'll say get the form element. We don't need any actions, but we're going to have the onSubmit, which is going to call the handle submit method that we created. For the class name, I'll say create. This is really annoying to type out. I don't know why I came up with these names, but let's say create channel model and form. And right after this, we'll have first an error check. So if we have any errors, we would like to display it immediately. So I'll say if any errors, show an alert circle icon with the size and show it within a span. Let's see. If I just say, okay, but currently I cannot see, and we'll just see it in a second. So right after the error, I'll put the channel name, say channel name. And then here, this is going to have the class name form-group, which is going to be a div. And within this, we'll have a label as well as a div. So just to speed up the process, I'm going to copy and paste it and then walk you through it. Okay, so we have a div with the hash icon, and this is the input, which is going to be for the channel name. This is the value, which is our state. Once you type in, it's going to call the method and all the fields that we have. So let's save. I think we should be able to see something. Once you type in, I'll just say A. It says the name should be at least 3 characters. But once you put 3 characters, now it is gone. And let's put something like more than 20. Like you cannot. Okay, so that's fine. Even if you could, now let's try to say max length. Just delete this. Now we should be able to type out. It says at maximum it could be 22, which is what we want to have. But we can even put the client-side validation by adding this field. Okay, right after this div, we can put the channel ID preview. So you're gonna see how that would look like in a second. This will basically show the preview of the channel, as the name suggests. So here I'll just say channel ID will be, and whatever the channel name is, convert it to be lowercase, put the dashes in the middle, and get rid of any characters that is not from A to Z or numbers. Now if you say something like my a space channel name, here we can see this is the preview. This is what you would have on the left hand side. Let's say you put something like exclamation point, question mark, hey, like this is how it'll look like. Okay, so it seems like everything is working. Let's move on. So right above the form, just go below, just right above the form, we'll have channel type, let's say, which is going to be again a form group. Within this, we will have a label that says channel type as the text. So I'll say channel dash type. Actually, not dash, but just a space. Now, right after this label, we are gonna put a div which says radio group, and it's going to be this part. Let me pretty quickly show this. Okay, so we are trying to build these elements. So this is the first one, and it is the second one. Okay, so let's try to build it. Within this, I'll paste this in, which is like 10 lines of code. We have a label with the input, the hash icon, as well as the text for the description. So just make sure you get the same thing. Right after the label, I will put one more label. This is going to be for the private. Again, I will grab that from the source code. Let's not waste too much time by typing this out because it doesn't have any logic other than adding these props. Okay, so let's save. This is going to make it to be private. If it is checked, this would be make it to be public. Let's save and take a look at the end result. I think this is failing, maybe because I forgot to import the log icon. Okay, now this is working as expected. We can select either public or private. And if we say private, this component would be visible where we can select some users. Let's try to build it. It's going to be a bit long, but nothing complicated. I think right after this label and these two divs. So again, just go above the form and add this comment. Let's say add members component. And we're going to say if the channel type is equal to private, we would like to see this part, which is going to be a div. Let's say this would be a div, and here's the class name. Oops, let's say class name, it's going to be a form group. And then for the label, we can say something like add members. And right after this label, I will put kind of like a header component, which is going to be this part. So we'll have like a button and then the selected count, sorry. So I'll put the count here. This is what I just copied and pasted. Member selection header where we have a button. Let's import the user's icon. On click, this is what's going to happen. And here's the selected length, right? The count. And right after this header, we would like to have the members list. So within this div, I'll have conditional rendering. First, I'll say if we are loading the users, go ahead, render this part, else render this part, right? And here, for now, I can just put a p tag. Let's say loading users and ... And then here I'll put something else. So I'll say if users dot length, if it is equal to something like 0, in this case, we'll just say return a p tag that says no users found. But in the else case, here I'll say actually render the users. So I'll say users.map. Let's get every single user. And for every one of them, we are going to return this part, which is going to be a label component, a label element. That's not going to have the HTML4, but instead it'll have the key. Let's say user.id. And for the class name, I'll just say member-item. So within this label, we will have a checkbox. Let me provide this pretty quickly. And it's going to, either include that user or not. Depending on that, it's going to be checked or unchecked. And if there is a user image, we can display it. So right after this, I'll say if there is a user image, display the image, but else you can get the first letter of their name. So if username is something like John, we would get the J as the preview. And finally, just above the label, I'll put a span, which is going to be the member name. So if this is undefined, we can put the ID. This is just a fallback value. Now let's save and take a look at the end result. If I say private, this component is visible and currently it says no users found. That's correct because in our application, we are the only user, right? So if we take a look at the stream dashboard, under the Explorer users, so this is the only user available at the moment. This user is the admin, so it's not going to be visible at the moment because this is you, right? The stream account that you are logged in. And this is the only user coming from Clerk, which is this one, right? That we logged in. So I hope that makes sense. We can put the description component and then the actions. So let's head over to VS Code, and after the curly braces, just above the form, add this description with a label and text area, save, and then again, right after this, we are gonna put the actions. So let me pretty quickly copy and paste it. I know that we are just like copying and pasting a bunch of different things, but there is nothing complicated, no logic at all. This is just UI. When it comes to logic, we have written this line by line together, right? So these methods, the use effects. So I hope you don't mind it that we copy and paste. Otherwise, this tutorial would be like 20 hours. Okay, now let's see. This is what we have currently. Let's say public. Let's try to test this out. I'll say something like marketing. And for the description, I can say this channel is for marketing team. And let's put that at the end. Now let's say create the channel. Hopefully it should be created. Let's see. Do we have any errors? Are not set. Okay, so for some reason, secret key. Okay, this is for Sentry. Okay, so let me just refresh and take a look at the Explorer if we got the new channel or not. I'll say refresh. If not, we'll just test this out again. Okay, let's give it a go. I'll say create the channel. I'll say marketing. For description, we can say marketing channel. Create this. Okay, now it is working. For some reason, you just need to refresh it because of the hot reloading. We don't have any errors. Let's refresh. That channel should be right here. And it was a public channel. So let's click to it. So here we can see we have all the fields, and we even have the custom field that we added, which is discoverable is equal to true. So that means the channel creation is working. Let's try to create a private one as well. Okay, so this is the admin. It was the account that I just showed you. So we can select this one. Let's say this is going to be the member. For the name, let's say admins. And we don't need to put a description. It's been created. Let's see under the channels. Okay, let's see if it is private or not. Yes, it is. So that means everything is working correctly and as expected. So I think we can leave the section right here where we can create a channel. Let's go into homepage. I think we are not using this is open field, right? We imported that, but we are not using it. So I'll just go ahead and delete that. And let's do the same thing from here. Okay. So we have, like it says you are not using this one. Maybe we can use this in the upcoming sections. So I'll just leave it here as it is. Let's try to close everything and create a new branch. Let's say create channel model. It's been created. For the commit message, I'll just say, so this component added, let's say, commit this, publish it, and we can create the pull request. And let's wait for the CodeRabbit to give us some suggestions. Once it is done, we can end the section. So here we go. The summary is ready by CodeRabbit. These are the new features, the styles that we have included, the walkthrough for every single file, the sequence diagram, and as always, we have the code suggestions, the refactoring or any potential issue that we can fix. If this wasn't a tutorial, I would, take a look at every single one of them in detail and actually update my code with it. But since this is just a tutorial, right, I'd like to scroll to the bottom and merge the pull request so that we don't waste too much time. You can take a look at, everything. So here it says you're using display flex 2 times, which is unnecessary. Just go ahead and delete that. So this is a basic example, but still it is able to find it. So I'll just leave everything as it is. Merge the pull request. Let's say confirm. And then we can go back to the master and sync up, with the actual Git repo. Okay, now we have everything, it's up to date. So with that, I'll leave this section here and hopefully we'll see you in the next one. So let's move on with the homepage. I'm running both of the applications right here under my terminal. So I'll go under the front end. Let's find the homepage. So here we have a component, a comment right after the create channel button. We just said that we're gonna put a channel list component right here. So let's go ahead and call it, which is going to be this component that is coming from our package. So let's scroll to the bottom. Here I can put the, let's say, channel list, call the component. It's going to be self-closed and it's going to take a bunch of different options. So we're going to type them out step by step. And this component will basically be this one, right? So we're going to display all the channels that we are a part of, right? either it is private or public. If we are within that channel, we should be able to see it right here. And then once we have done this, we're gonna put the direct messages as well. So basically this is gonna be all the users that we have in the stream dashboard. So let's try to build it. Here, the first thing that I'd like to do is fetching every single channel that I am part of, right? So let's kill the AI, by the way, for like 25 minutes. So here I'll say put some filters, which is going to be an object, and I'll say the members. Let's say if I am a part of it, right? So I'll say if in, which is going to be an array. So I'll say chat client dot user dot id. And let's put optional chaining just to make this, error safe. Okay, so this is going to give us all the channels that we are in, and then we can put some options to make it work in real time. So I'll say state is going to be equal to true, and watch is going to be equal to true. All right, then we can put the preview. Let's say call the preview, which is something that you are going to see. So let me just get some props. First, make this to be an arrow function, and then this is going to return something, right? So here for the props, we can get the channel itself. So this preview will allow us to put a custom component like this one, where we have our icon, the name. We can style it however we wish. If you don't use this preview, Stream is going to give you a default component, but we don't want to use it. We would like to customize it. So for that reason, here I'll say, let me just give out the space. Oops. So here I'll say something like custom channel preview, and we can turn this off because it's going to be a self-closed component. Here I'll go under the components. Let me copy the name, and I'll just say .jsx, get the snippet, and let's try to import it. Okay, so this is gonna take a couple of different props. Let's try to pass the channel as it is. We're gonna put the active channel as well. And then finally the set active method. We'll say set active channel. This is going to be a function where we'll take the channel and update the state. So we'll say set search params is going to be an object where the channel is the key and channel.id will be the value. Now we can save this component and get started with this one. Here, first I'd like to destructure all the things that we have, which are the channel, set active channel, and the active channel itself. Now I'd like to check with a variable if this channel is active. Now what I mean, so if, let's say if you click to this one, this should have a different background, right? So in this example, we cannot see it, but let's see. Okay, so here, since this is active, the background is different, right? So let's try to make this work by adding this variable, which is going to be is active. And here I can say if we have the active channel, we'll say active channel.id. If this is equal to the current channel.id, which means this channel is active. Otherwise, it would be false. And then we can check if this is a direct message or not. Because if a channel is a direct message, we don't want to see it here under the channels. We're going to put it right here, right? And this is how we can check that. I'll say if it is DM, we'll say channel.data.member_count. If this is equal to 2, right? And if channel.data.id includes this, which is user underscore. So if it starts with this one, or if it includes this, that means this is a direct message. So again, everything is coming from documentation. This part is, you can understand, I think, from the clerk. Let's say, take a look at the ID of this user. Okay, the user ID starts with user underscore. With this field, we can understand if this is a DM or not. And then we can just say if it is DM, just return nothing. It'll just be null. And then we can get the, let's say, const unread count. We'll say channel.unread count, and we can call this method. So this is going to give us the number of messages that we haven't seen. So in this case, in this example, we cannot see it, but let's say here we have 3 different unread messages. So here it would say something like 3. So I promise this is going to make sense in a couple of minutes, but for now just bear with me. So that's everything that we need to add. Now let's try to build the return statement. We're gonna return a button. Let's say this will take a couple of different props. Like on click, we would like to call the method and pass the channel into it. Then we can have a class name, which is going to be pretty long. So let me copy and paste, and then I'll walk you through it. I'll just save. Okay, so we're using all these classes, and if it is active, we are going to change the background just like this. If it is not active, we don't want to add anything. Then within this, I'd like to put an hash icon at the beginning and then the channel name. So let's see. Here I'll put an hash icon with this size and text color. Import it, put the channel data.id, which is basically the channel name, and then we can get the unread count. So here I'll say if it is greater than 0, then we can display it just like that. And now if you save and take a look at the output, you're not going to see anything because we have to use this component as well. So right after the preview, we will open up the list, and then here we would like to again have a function. Let's say we're going to return this part, and we will get a couple of different things. The first one is the children, then we're going to get the loading state and the error state if we have any. So these are the things that Stream provides us. Here I'll say channel-sections, but I think first we need to create the div. Give the class name channel-sections. Now what do we want to do? First, I'd like to add a header, right? So instead of just seeing this immediately, I'd like to have this channel's header and then the children. So this part is children, right? It is the preview that we have written. So this is the children that we're going to use. So here I'll say something like the section header, and it's going to have the hash icon and then the channel's text. Let's save. Hopefully we should see something on the UI. I'll refresh. Okay, so we can see the channels as our header, and then we can display the children. So after the section header, let's go ahead, open up a div. Let's say class name is going to be channels-list, and we can display the children, which are all the channels that we have in the stream. So if you refresh, looks like we have an error. It says unread count is not a function. Yeah, this is not a function. We can just have this as a prop. Okay, let me just refresh. So we don't have any errors, and these are the channels that we have created. And you can double check that by taking a look up here in the dashboard. Now let's move on. We can put some error states just above the children. I'll say something like, if we are in the loading state, please go ahead, show this div. And if we have an error, go ahead and show this one. Again, I can give you some challenges, like let's say to-dos, add better components here instead of just a simple text. Okay. And then right after the children, we would like to put the user list. So I'll go ahead, paste this in, which is again a section header. It'll just say direct messages. Let's import the user's icon from Lucid React. And this is what we have. And now we would like to fetch every single user in the database and then display it right here, right? So for this, I'll create a component. Here, let's go below to the section header, and I'll say users list. And this is going to take the active channel as an argument. So here I'll say add the active channel. Now if you save, it's going to break your application because we don't have this component. Let's say create that and import it. Now let's see. Okay, it says error loading the channels, like error state is working. If you refresh, it should work out. And we have the users list. Now in this component, we would like to fetch all the users, right? Let's go ahead and try to build this one. So the first thing that I'd like to do is getting the chat context, right? We're gonna get the client. Then we'd like to get the search params. Now in the past, here we used the search params, which is basically the data. But in this case, we are not gonna be using it. So we can either skip this in this way, or we can put an underscore. So that means we don't really interested in this value. All we want to use is the setter method. And then I'd like to have a function where we can fetch users. And by the way, let's get our prop, which was the active channel. So I'll try to type out the function. Let's say fetch users. It's going to be an async arrow function. So within this, I'll say if there is no client.user, we don't want to do anything. Let's just return out of it. But if we have it, we would like to get some response by calling await client.query users. This is something that we have done in the past. We're gonna pass the ID field. Let's say it is not equal to, it's not equal to the current user ID, right? So I'll say client.user.id. And then we can sort them by their name. So I'll say name is going to be 1, and let's say limit is going to be 20. You can update this value if you really wanted to. And then I'll just say return the response.users. Now for the performance reasons, we can wrap this with a use callback because it is a function. So I'll cut this out for a split second. I'll say use callback, import it from React, call it, paste the function in, and as for the argument, we're gonna pass, let's open up the dependency array, and I'll say something like client. Okay, now let's see how we can use it. Basically, we're gonna make this to be a query call. So I'll say use query, where you'll give me a couple of different values, right? So we're gonna get the data. Let's rename this to be users. And by default, it could be an empty array. And for the loading state, let's say is loading, and get the error if we have any. Now I'll put some options here. First, let's say query key is going to be users dash list, and we can put the client.user.id. And just to make it safe, I'll put the optional chaining. Then, of course, the query function, which is the fetch users. Now we don't want to run this unless we have the client, right? So I'll say enabled, only run this if the client has the user field, right? And this is an object, so we can convert this to be a boolean by adding 2 bang operators. Okay, then we can add even more fields like the stale time. For now, I'll go with like 5 minutes. So we'll say 1000 times 60 times 5. So this is in milliseconds. And let's duplicate it. This is going to be cache time this time. Let's say cache time. And do we have this? Why it is not auto-completed? Let's say cache. Okay, so I think it is not available. Let's see. Okay, so I'll just leave the stale time then. Here, let's put a comment. I'll say 5 minutes. And you might be asking, what is stale time in this case? I can basically put a comment. What it does, it tells React Query that the data is fresh for the next 5 minutes. So it's not going to refetch it until the 5 minutes passes, right? So this is something that we can have as the comment. Then we can, I think, get into the if statements. So I'll say if we are in the loading state, we're gonna put a UI, a simple UI that just says loading the users. Let's do the same thing for the error. And I think the user's length is equal to 0. We'll say no users found. And this should be is error, which is a boolean, right? If like either true or false. And now just before we get into the return statement, I'd like to add one more function just above these if statements, which is going to be helpful to be able to start a direct message. So if you click to this chat, we would like to start a direct message with it, right? We would like to create a conversation. So here, first I'll save to get this formatting, and then I'll say const start direct message, which is going to be our function. Let's say async arrow function. And this is going to take the target user as the argument. And then here we can again just add a check just to make our code a little bit safe. I'll say if there is not a target user, then just return and don't do anything. And we can even say, something like if there is not client.user. But else we can go ahead and open up the try and catch block. So within the try, we'd like to first get the channel ID. So I'll say const channel ID. And this is going to be equal to an array first. Now, just before we type this out, I'd like to explain. So let's say you and me started a conversation. My ID is 12 and your ID is, let's say, okay, your ID is 12 and my ID is, let's say, 34, right? So in this case, the ID is going to look like this, the conversation ID 12-34. So this is what we would like to do, and it's going to be a string. But always we would like to sort this. So if you sent me a message, maybe it would be like this, right? 34 and then 12. But just before we make this to be the channel ID, we are going to sort this so that it always look in this way. So this is something really important. Again, it doesn't really matter if you start the chat or if me start the chat, right? If I start the chat, always we are going to sort the ID so that we can always have the same value. And you're going to see what that means in a second. So we're going to get the client, let's say user.id, which is the current user ID. And then we're going to get the target user.id. We're going to sort it. Now this is an array. We would like to join this so that it is a string and we can separate it with a dash. And this could be, let's say, at maximum, I'll say slice. At maximum, it could be 64 characters because stream does not allow channel ID to be longer than 64 characters. Okay, so just keep that in mind. Then right after this, we can create the channel. So I'll paste this in client.channel. It's going to be a messaging channel. Here is the channel ID and here are the members, right? Then I can say listen for the real-time updates. So I'll say channel.watch and then we can say set search params because here's the thing. If you click to this chat, you immediately want to update the URL, right? So this is what we're doing. We'll say the channel, that was the key, and here is the value, which is the channel ID. And in the error, we can put a console log for debugging purposes. Saying direct message, let's say, put the error, and you can even throw a Sentry error, right? I'll say Sentry dot capture exception. And instead of typing this out, I think I'll paste this in, which is 5 lines of code. And let's try to import the Sentry at the top of the file. Okay. So that's gonna be it for the function. We have everything ready to get started with the UI. Here I'll just delete everything and maybe give a little bit of space. Okay, so within this, I'll say create a div with this class name, which is team-channel-list __ users. And we'll say users dot map. We would like to get every single user and do something with it, right? We'll say user and just return something. Now, instead of regular parentheses, I'll put a function because we will do some calculations, right? And then we're actually return something. So again, here above, we'll have some variables, which is going to be, let's say, the channel ID and the channel itself. So it is kind of the same thing that we have done above. We could wrap it with a function, but I'll just leave it basic and copy and paste. Okay, so we have channel ID as well as the channel itself. Then we can get the unread count. So here we have a function that basically says count the unread messages. And then we can say if this chat is active or not. If it is active, the background is going to look like this. So these are all the fields that we would need. Now let's go into the return statement. I'll basically have a button. Once again, every single one of these will be a button. So here is the props. We're gonna pass a key and on click, which is going to start the direct message with this specific user, and then some class names just to make it look nice. Within this button, let me scroll a bit. I'll say, give me a div. The class name is going to be flex, let's say item centered, and we can say something like gap of 2, width is going to be full. Then within this div, we'll have one more with the relative class, and this is going to get the user image. So I'll just paste this in. If user has an image, display it, otherwise put their first character and uppercase it. And after this relative div, we can put a circle icon, which is going to indicate if this user is online or offline. For that reason, this is the icon that we are going to have, and this is going to be positioned absolutely. That's why we make this to be relative. Let's import the circle icon. If user is online, this is going to be the background and the text color, otherwise it would be grayed out. Okay, we can save this, and the very last two different things right after this div. So after the icon and after this div, we will have the username. If this is undefined, we're gonna get the user ID, and finally the unread count. So within the button, just paste this in. If it is greater than 0, we're gonna see something. Hopefully UI should be ready. Okay, so we have some kind of like errors in UI wise, but we can fix that. And just before we fix it, this is the only user that we have in the database other than us, right? This is the account that we signed up, and this is the admin. So you can see it under the users. And if more people signs up, we're gonna see them under the direct messages. Now let's see what we are missing. The UI is broken. So here, this is the div. Instead of closing it here, so delete that right after the circle icon, and we're gonna paste it just above the button. Save, and hopefully it should be working. Now let's try to fix this indicator, which is the circle icon. I think this should be within here. So under the relative div, paste this in, and it is working as expected. The hover state is also working. Now if I click to this, it's going to start a conversation with me and this user. And here is the ID. So as you can tell, the ID of this user and our ID. This has been sorted and separated with a dash. Now just before we end this section here, we have a quick tiny issue that we need to fix. So we have two different channels, right? I'll try to sign up with a different account and you'll see the problem. Okay, so this is a different browser. I'll try to sign up. This user doesn't exist yet. And let's see what's gonna happen. Okay, so we are authenticated. We can see that other users are online, but it says you have no channels currently. This is kind of a problem. It's because this channel was public, right? Everyone should be able to see it. This is private. Okay, it's fine if we cannot see it, but this should be public and everyone should be able to see it. So how can we fix it? Well, it's actually pretty easier than what you think. We'll go ahead under the backend. When user signs up, what are we doing? Let's take a look at that. Under the ingest, when someone signs up, we are calling this function basically, which is the sync user. And just before we end it, here we'll say add the user to the public channels, right? So say await, add user to public channels. And we can pass the user ID, let's say new user. So I will basically pass the user ID and then convert it to be a string so that it is safe. Now let's try to create this method under the stream.js file. It'll be pretty basic, so I can copy and paste from my notes. It is just 4 lines of code. We are getting every single channel that has discoverable true. So this is going to give you the public channels. And then we are going to add this channel within that, add this user within that channel, right? I hope that makes sense. Let's save and try to import this method, which is coming from stream.js. So now I think you are able to see why we use the discoverable field in the model. So when we are making a channel to be public, we are adding this custom field, and we said we'll be using it later. So this is the time that we are using it. Okay, since we updated this file, once we deploy it, and then it's going to work. So let's try to commit our changes. Here, for this specific section, I'm not going to create a second branch. I'll just, commit everything on the master so that we can just speed up the process a little bit. I'll add everything. For the message, we can say something like sidebar completed, and I'll say commit, then push the changes. And you can get a, let's say, code review from here as well, but that's fine. Let's take a look at the source code. Okay, so we just got the latest change. Vercel is going to deploy it, and then we can test out by signing up again. And while it is deploying, I will delete this account that we have created. Let's say delete the user. It's going to delete it both from here, from the database, and also from the stream dashboard. Let's try to refresh and see if we have this user or not. Okay, so we don't have that, and in the database, probably we don't have it neither, right? Okay, so let's see if our API has been deployed. I'll visit my Vercel dashboard. So under the deployments, I can see it has just been deployed. Now let's try to sign up with that same account. We should be able to see the public channels on the left-hand side. Okay, so initially we don't have, but once it syncs that up, we can see it immediately. Now this user is part of the marketing channel because this was a public channel that we have created. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. Once again, we need to create this function under the stream and then call it when we try to sync the user. All right, so I hope everything makes sense so far. We are gonna end this section here. In the upcoming sections, we are gonna get started with the right-hand side so that we can add the messaging functionality. So with that, I'll see you in the next section. So in this section, we are gonna get started with the channel header component, which is going to be this one. Just before we build this, we can test out the message functionality. I don't know why, but in the previous section, I forgot to show you this. So currently everything should be working out as expected. So here under the, let's say, marketing, I'll go ahead and say something like, hey, everyone, send the message. Now it's like, it is live, right? It is right here. We can add reactions. We can reply this on a thread if we really wanted to. And let's see, we can even pin this, right? We can delete it, all these actions. Now let me get the other screen, the other chat app. Sorry, the other account, not chat app. Here I'll just try to put them side by side pretty quickly so that I can show you that it is working in real time. Maybe I can shrink it like this. From this account, I'll say something like, hey, how's it going? Once I send the message, it should be right here in real time. And when we type, so we should have the typing indicator. As you can tell, once you stop typing, it is gone. But, once you type, so from here, let's type something. So I just put them side by side. Let me try to type something. As you can tell, it says it is typing. Once you stop, after 2 seconds, it should be gone, right? Now we can even send things like files. That could be anything, like an image file, PDF, zip, you name it. You can test this out, and we can even create polls. So let's go ahead and create one. Here I'll say something like, I don't know, let's say, what's your size? Let's say it is X small. We can add another option like small, medium, let's say large. We can add multiple answers, like we can allow users to answer multiple answers, right? We can sort them, so everything is coming out of the box. We can allow for suggestions. Let's do it, actually let them to allow the comments, and I'll just make everything to be true. Let's say multiple answers could be 2. Okay, let's say create. Now, as you can tell, we have an error. Why this is the case? Let's try to fix it. We need to visit the stream dashboard. So let's go ahead, make sure you select your application, and then under the channels, I believe, channel types, select the messaging, and we are going to enable the polls. Okay, so let's go ahead, open this up. Let's say submit. This should take a couple of seconds, and then we should be able to create polls, right? So here I'll go ahead, grab this. Now this is not sent. If you refresh, it should be gone, and we'll try to create once again. So say it's your size. I'll add a couple of different options, and let's make everything to be true. I'll say 2, just like previously. Create. Now it's been created. Let's actually see it in the other account, like it is right here, right? Let's try to actually select one of them. Let's say this one. It's been selected. We can even add multiple options, but we cannot give more than 2. So if I say 3, it's going to replace it. We can see the results, suggest an option, add a comment. So everything is working correctly. Here, let's try to do something. I'll just put it on the side. Let me select the admins. From the other account, I'll send a message to marketing. Okay, so I'll say select quickly. I sent the message. Now this should have a notification. For some reason it doesn't. Let's try to refresh. Okay, so for some reason we cannot get the notifications. Probably we have some bugs in our code, because this should be, right here, like one message, one unread message. So we can add this now. So I just paused the video and tried to find the solution. Here under the custom channel preview, go ahead and delete this and instead make it to be count unread and call the method. Now let's save and test this out just to see if it is going to work. Here we go, because here I just sent a test message. It says you have 1 notification. So I'll send another message to the marketing channel. I'll say, hey, another one. Sent the message. Now immediately it has been updated. We have 2 different notifications. Let's click to it. Here we can see now it is gone. That was the quick fix that we had to do. Just fix this part to be count unread. All right. So let's see if we can test out anything else. Here I'll try to add a reaction, and let me put them side by side. So here on this message, I'll add a reaction. It is visible in real time. So all I'm trying to say is that everything is working in real time in this chat application. That means we set up everything correctly. Let's try to answer this in thread. So here I'll say, thank you. You can also send this in the channel. So let's say send it. Okay, it says like this is a thread reply, and the other user can also see it either by clicking to here, or it's already in the chat. And here also test out the delete functionality. I just sent a message like test and deleted it. Let's say delete. It's going to be deleted from both of the chats in real time. Let's try to also send an image. In this case, I'll select file and select an image from my laptop. So this is what I selected. This is the preview. Now it is loading. Let's say this is the mockup I just created. Sent the message. Now it is visible in the chat. We can open this up and see it in full screen. And you can even send multiple images. Alright, so everything is working as expected. Now we would like to build the header component, which is going to be this part, so that we can see the channel name or if it is a direct message, we would see the name of the user up here, then like how many members in this conversation, allow them to call each other with video calling, and see the pinned messages. Okay, so let's try to see how we can make that work. And if you click to this icon or this one, a model should open. Do I have any images here? Okay, so no, we don't. So I'll try to actually show you as we build it. And also, if it is a private channel, we are going to see an invite button up here. So right next to the calling icon, we are going to have a button. So these are the things that we're going to build. Let's try to just go step by step instead of talking, right? So under the homepage, we have this component called custom channel header. Let's uncomment this, copy the name, and create it under the components. So I'll say .csx and import this component here in this file. Now we can get started with the actual content. First, I'd like to get some of my imports. I'll just go at the very top. I'll get useState from React, useUser from Clerk, this hook from Stream, and then some icons. Then I'd like to create this channel instance. Actually, we are going to destructure it from the hook, and let's kill the AI for like half an hour. Then we can get the user from Clerk. This is the authenticated user. Then we'd like to get the member count. So this is how easy it is to get that. We'll say grab the keys under the members. Okay, so under the channel, get the members and give us the link. This is the member count. And then we are gonna have a couple of different states. So let's paste this in. So here we have 3 different states. These are Boolean values, and we're going to be using it to determine if something is open or not, like if we should show that or not. So these are for the models. You're going to see what I mean. And then we have an array of pinned messages. And at the beginning, by default, this is going to be an empty array. Once we fetch it, we're going to set the state with the method. Now, we would like to get the other user if this is a one-on-one chat, right? So let's see what I mean. Let's say you click to this chat, you're gonna see other user profile image and his name. But if it is a channel, you're gonna see the channel name right here, right? So let's see how we can determine that. First, I'll just say, give me the other user. And this is how we're gonna be doing it. We will basically say, find the user that is not the current user, right? Then we can determine if this is a direct message or not. This is something that we have done in the past. If it includes user underscore, that means it is a direct message. And then I'll create a method. Let's say const handle show pinned. So if you say show the pinned messages, this function is going to be running. And then this is going to get the channel state first. Let's say const channel state, and we can say await channel.query. Then I'll say something like set pinned messages. Here I think I'll just say channel state dot pinned underscore messages. So this is going to give you all the pinned messages in this channel. And then we can say set show pinned messages so that we can see a model. This is going to be equal to true. And then we are going to need one more function. When you click to this call button, we are going to have a link in the chat. So it's going to say something like, I have created a video calling session, join me. So we're going to send the link. And like when you click to this icon, that message will be sent automatically. This is the function that we're going to need. I know that it might not be making too much sense, but I promise it'll do in a couple of minutes. So let's say handle video call async function, and then I'll say something like if we have a active channel, we'll do something like first create the call URL, and this is going to be dynamic. Here I'll say whatever the window location dot origin is, just put that slash call slash the channel ID, channel.id. And we have a call page, if you remember, under the app.jsx, call/id. So that's why we are doing this. We're gonna get the call URL, and let's say await channel.send message. And here is the message itself within an object. So it's going to have the text. Let's say I have started a video call, join me here. And we're gonna put the call URL. Okay, so believe it or not, these are all the functions that we need to create. Now we can get started with the return statement. So I think instead of typing this out, I'll get the class names for the very first div. Let's say class name, paste this in. Oops. I'll just paste the class name to get some white background and make everything look nice. Then we're gonna have one more div with some classes. Again, I'm too lazy to type out, so I'll paste this in. Flex, item center, and gap of 3. And let's say one more div within this. So let's go into it. Here I'll say dot flex items dash center. I think I'll say something like gap of 2. Okay, within this div, we are gonna check if the channel is private or not. And this is how we can do it. We'll say channel.data.private. In this case, we're gonna show log icon, but else we're gonna show the hash icon, which means it is public. And then right after the curly braces, let me save and then paste this in. We will say if it is a direct message and if other user has an image, just go ahead and display an image component. And instead of giving a style, I'll just say margin right of something like 1. Okay, so this is the image that we're gonna have. And then also we'd like to put the other username or the channel name. So this is what I'll say. If it is a direct message, put the other username or their ID. But if it is a channel, just go ahead, put the channel ID. So I hope this is making sense. Right after this span and after these two divs, we are going to have another div. Let's say create a div, and then class name is going to be flex item centered. Say item centered, and then gap of 3. So this is going to have a button so that we can show the members in this channel. So it's going to be this one. Let me display. So we are trying to build this at the moment. Okay, so I'll put the button. If you click to it, it's going to update the state, and it has the user's icon as well as the member count. So we can save and move on to the next button, which is to show the video calling. Again, it's like 5 lines of code. When you click to it, it's going to call our method, and it just has this icon. And then one more button, which is going to be visible if the channel is private. So this is going to be the invite button. And then very last button, which is going to be to show the pinned messages. If you click to it, it's going to call the method. Okay, let's try to save and just take a look at the end result. I'll just kill this. Okay, here we can see this is our header that we just created. So this is a public channel. We cannot see that button. But if we go under the admins, which is a private channel, we can see the invite button, right? If you click to it, nothing happens at the moment, but we are going to implement that. And same for this one. When you click, nothing happens. These are the things that we will implement, but we can click to this one and it's going to send a message to the chat in real time, and this user can see it as well, right? Okay, and later in the video, when they click to this link, they will be redirected to the call page where they can directly start video calling. So these are the things that we're gonna build in the upcoming sections, but for now we can just build the rest of this component. Alright, so right after this button and after this div, we're gonna put this conditional rendering. So I will say if we want to show the members, if this is equal to true, just go ahead and display the members model component, which is something that we're going to create, and it's going to take the members as well as the onClose method. So let's try to create that. .jsx, and I'll just try to import it. So this component is not going to have any logic at all. It is just UI. And this component is going to be around 40 lines of code. Now this doesn't contain any logic at all. So for that reason, I'll go ahead and copy this and paste it. You can find this file under the source code. Just visit the components, find this file and copy the content, paste this in. Once again, no logic at all. It is just a return statement for UI purposes. And basically it gets the members, display it nicely on the UI, and we have a button where we can close the model. So let's save and test this out. If you click to the members, you can see this is visible, right? This is the model. We can see every single member in this channel. You can close it, open this up. So that's the entire thing. Once again, no logic at all. So that's why I wanted to copy and paste. These are just some Tailwind CSS classes. Okay, so in the same way, we're going to do another conditional rendering, but this time it's going to be for the pinned messages. Let's say show pinned messages. If this is equal to true, we're going to render this right hand side, which is the pinned, let's say, messages model. And this is a component we will create. Then we're going to pass the pinned messages as it is. And then we'll say on close. Basically, we would like to say, call this method set show pinned messages to be equal to false. Okay, so let's copy this name, go under the components, create the file, and just import it right here. Now let's try to again copy and paste this file from the GitHub. It doesn't have any logic at all. So I just pasted the component. It is around 40 lines of code. It doesn't have any logic at all. We are just getting the pinned messages and display it nicely on a list with the map method. And we have a button where we can basically call the onClose function. Okay, so let's save and test this out. Initially, we don't have any pinned messages, so we can try to pin one of them. I'll say pin this message. Now it is right here, right? And we can pin more, or we can unpin it. Now it is gone. So that means it is working correctly as well. Next, we can add the invite button functionality. So once we click to it, we can see some kind of a model like this one, and we can select users and invite them to the private channels. So this is what we can do next under the custom channel header component. So right after this one, I'll say if show invite is equal to true, we would like to show an invite model. We're going to pass the channel and the onClose prop. Now let's copy this name and create it under the components. So here I'll say invite model.jsx and import it here in this file. Save, and now we can go back into the invite model and actually try to build the component. So first I'll try to get my imports at the very top of the file. So it's going to be useEffect and useState from React. Then from stream, we're going to get the chat context hook so that we can get our client, which is going to allow us to communicate with the stream itself. And then we have the X icon. Now let's have a couple of different states. And just before that, let's try to call our hook to get the client. Now let me give you these states, and I'll explain all of them one by one. Let me save. Okay, so first we're gonna fetch the users and store it in this state. Then the selected members. So in the invite model, when you select someone, it'll be added to the list, right? And then the state for the loading state for the users when we fetch them, the error state, and if we are inviting or not. And this is when you click to the button. For a split second, you're gonna have a loading state here. So this is that state. We're gonna have a use effect. Now let's say use effect and try to initialize it. And within this use effect, we are going to fetch some data. And I'll put a comment here. Let's say we could have done this with TanStack query, but just to keep it simple, we are using useEffect here, and you'll see what I mean. So let's say we're gonna have a function that is called fetch users. This is going to be an arrow function. And at the very bottom, we'll just call this method. Now within this, we can actually fetch the users. Let's say first set the loading state for users to be true. And then we'll say set, in no comma by the way, let's say set error to be null. Then we can have our try and catch block. Finally, we'll just say loading state is going to be equal to false. Now in the try, we'll get a response. And even before that, I'll say members. I'll say object dot keys, and we will say channel dot state. And wait, this channel should be coming as a prop. So we'll get the channel as well as the onClose method. Okay, so we'll say channel dot state dot members. This is going to give us all the members, and then we can say const response, and we'll say await client dot query users. Now we'd like to fetch the users that are already not a part of this conversation, right? So in this channel, when you say invite, you would like to see the users that are not already in this channel. So for this, we need to add a filter, like I'll say ID, where it is not in members, right? If this is the case, only then fetch that. Then we can also add another option right here. I'll say sorted with their name. I'll say 1, and we can get like limit of, I don't know, 30. We can update this however you would like to. And then let's say set users to be response.users. So that's it for the try block. Now in the catch, I'll say console log, let's say error fetching users. And then we can also say set error so that we can display something on the UI. Say failed to load users. And optionally, you can capture an exception with Sentry. Okay, so that's gonna be it. Now let's try to add something here, which is going to be the channel as well as the client. Okay, so now this is happy with us. I would like to create one more function just before we get into the return statement. So what is going to happen when you say, let me show you what happens when you say invite, right? You selected this user and click to this. What's gonna happen? You would like to basically make this user a part of the channel. And for this, we need to use some stream functions. So I'll say const handle invite, create the method. So first I'll say if selected members dot length is equal to 0. We don't want to do anything, right? I'll just say return. And in the else case, we can say set is inviting to be equal to true. And then we also say set error to be null, just to reset this state. And then I'll say try and catch. So in the try, we'll say, actually not const, we'll just say await channel dot add members. So this is a method that we have. I'll just say select members, add the selected members. So that's it actually. All we have to do, just closing the model. So I'll call the onClose method. And in the catch block, we can say set error to be something like failed to invite users. And for debugging purposes, you can say error inviting users and just put the error. Finally, we can update the loading state. So I'll say set is inviting to be equal to false. So that's it for the entire function. Let's save and get into the return statement. So here I'll just give a little bit space, delete everything, and we'll have a div at the root. So for the class name, I'd like to copy and paste. It is the create channel model overlay. Super long name, but I think that's fine. Let's say we're gonna have one more div within this, which is going to have the class name. Let's say create channel model itself. So we have the overlay as the parent and then the model itself as a child. First, we're going to create the header component, which is going to say invite users. So it's going to be 5 lines of code. Let's save and import the X icon. I think we already have it. So basically it is this part that we just built. Now it's time to build the list, the actual content. So right after the header, we can create the content, which is going to have a div with some classes. So this class name is going to be create channel model underscore underscore form. And within this, we are going to have a couple of different checks. First, I'll say if it is loading the users, just go ahead and return a, let's say, p tag that says loading users. This is looking really simple, but if you wanted to, you can update the content, right? So that could be a to-do. And then if we have any errors, let's say if this is the case, I'll show a p tag. For the class name, I'll just say form-error, and we can put the error as the content. Then finally, I'll say something like if users.length is equal to 0. In this case, I'd like to say something like no users found, right? Let's create a p tag. And here we can even say if this is equal to 0 and if we are not in the loading state. So if is loading users is equal to false, and then show this content. Now we can finally say if users.length is greater than 0, then you can go ahead, just map every single one of them. So users.map, get every single user, and just before you return anything, open up curly braces, say return, and just up here we will get a variable. So I'll say const if it is checked or not. And this is going to be selected members.includes. Here we'll say something like user.id. Okay, so if this is the case, that means this is checked, and we are going to be using this value. Now we are going to return a label element, and here this is going to take a couple of different props. Let's say it's going to have a key, which is going to be user.id, and then it's going to have a very long class name that I can copy and paste and walk you through it. So these classes will be always available, but only if it is checked, it's gonna get these classes. If it is not checked, it's gonna have this border color. Let's save to get the formatting. Okay, within this label, I will have an input element, which is going to be type of checkbox. And for the name and ID, I think we can just skip them. It's not really necessary. Instead, we're gonna have the class name. Let's say it'll be checkbox primary as well. Then I'll say checkbox small -sm, and then finally we can give the accent color. Let's say it will be this one. So it is this value that you can see on the screen, and then we would like to format this. Then we are going to give the value, which is going to be the user ID. Then we can give the onChange method. So let's say we're going to get the event. I'll do this inline function, but if you wanted to, you can create a function up here. So this is going to be 2 lines of code. I'll say get the event and check if event.target.checked. Let's say I think it should be just checked. Yeah, this one. If this is true, that means we would like to include it. So I'll say set selected members. We will say get every single previous member, and on top of it, add this user. So we'll add the user ID. But in the else case, that means we would like to filter this out. I'll say set selected members, and we will basically filter this out. From the selected members, let's say filter, get the ID, and check if ID is not equal to user ID. This is going to delete it from the list. And then right after the input, we would like to put the user image. So let's go outside of the input. we will say if user has an image, go ahead and display it, else put their first character as the preview. Okay, so right after this one, finally, we're going to show the username. So I'll go ahead and paste this in, either put the username or their IDs. So that's the entire thing. We will go outside of this conditional rendering. So that was our list. All we have to do is just adding the actions, which are going to be the buttons. So here I'll say actions, where we'll have a cancel button as well as an invite button. So let's see how we can build it. It's going to be pretty easy. So I can just copy and paste the content. Maybe it is 10 lines of code. Okay, so we have this div, then a button, which is going to basically just close the model, right? Then a button that is going to handle call the handle invite method. And this is going to be disabled if there are no selected members or if we are in the loading state. And if we are in the loading state, we're going to see this text, else it'll just say invite. Okay, so that's the entire component. Let's try to visit our application and actually test it out. So under the admins, we have two users. Let's say invite. We are going to invite this user, which is this account. Currently, he cannot see the admins, right? So let's even refresh. We cannot see that channel. So let me put this to the side and go ahead, invite this user. I'll say invite. It's been invited, and on the left hand side in real time, I can see that this user has the admins under the channels, and he can go here, send some messages like, hey, and it should be right here in real time. So with that, the invite functionality is also working as expected. Now under the public channels, we cannot see that button because everyone is part of this channel already because it is a public channel. So that's it for the entire section. There is just one thing that I'd like to fix under the, let's say, model. Under the create channel model, we have an unnecessary use effect that we can delete. So I just realized this. Let's shrink everything. So here we have a use effect which is going to reset the form whenever we open the model. But this is unnecessary, so I'll go ahead and delete this for a second and test it out. I'll refresh. Let's open up the model, type something in, select private, select some users. But if we close this and open up again, it is already resetted. So we don't need to have this use effect. Now you might be asking, why does it work? We don't have the use effect and the content is resetted. Well, let's go into the home page and take a look at it. So if this is equal to false, the model is not in the UI, right? So that means everything will be in the initial state. Whenever you open this up, like this is going to be true, and this would be rendered from scratch. So it's going to take all these default fields. So I hope that makes sense. I'll just leave it in the code and I'll comment this out. I will say this is not needed. We just deleted it later in the video. Okay, so you don't really need it. You can delete this completely, but I'll just leave it just for the audience so that some people don't get confused. Okay, so that's it. Now let's try to create a new branch and commit our changes. So I'll say create new one. I think I can just say invite model. So these are all the things. Let's say invite functionality added and publish the branch. Then from the source code, I think it should be this. We'll just create a pull request. And let's wait for the CodeRabbit to give us some suggestions as usual, and then we're going to merge the pull request. So here's a quick summary of the changes that we have done in this section. You can pause the video and read it if you really wanted to. Then we have the files with their changes, and then the sequence diagram as usual. Now let's scroll to the bottom to see if we have any suggestions. Here it says in Lucid React, we don't have things like, I think we don't have the suffix it says, but that was in the past. Now Lucid React team has changed it. So now you can use things like hash icon, log icon. Basically you can put the icon suffix. So this is correct. What we have done is correct. We can ignore this suggestion. And then here it says, instead of .data, you should get the ID immediately, but in stream we have the data, so we can ignore this one as well. So this is happening, this is incorrect because I think we are not using TypeScript. If we were to use a TypeScript, this would not be the case, but that's fine. Again, some icon suggestions. Okay, so these are not really potential issues. I think that's fine. We can go ahead and merge the pull request. So I'll just scroll to the bottom and say merge this pull request. So it's been closed and merged successfully. We can go back to the master branch and get the latest changes. Okay, so our code base is up to date. I think we can leave this section here and I can see you in the next one. In this section, let's try to get started with the video calling feature, which is going to be under the call page. So we are calling this file when the user visits /call/NID, right? And if user is authenticated, they're gonna see this page. Let's try to visit that and try to build it. First, I'd like to get my imports. So I'll just paste this in. Here we can see these are the things that we have used in the past. I think we never used useNavigate, but you're going to see how to use it. This is going to be needed basically when user wants to end the call. Once they end it, we are going to navigate them to the home page. And we are calling our function, which is going to authenticate the user with stream, right? This is our endpoint that we have created. And then I'll get a couple of different imports from the Stream Video SDK. So this is the package that we have installed, I believe. Let's see, under the Frontend package JSON. So looks like we haven't installed it. Let's open up the terminal, kill the frontend, and we'll just say npm install, paste this in, which is at stream.io/video-react-sdk. And let's go with a specific version, which is going to be it's going to be 1.19.2. So go ahead, install it. Once it is done, we're going to rerun the front end. Okay, so it's done. Let's say npm run dev. So these are the imports that we are getting. Just to make our video calling look nice, we need to get the CSS file as well. So go ahead, type this out. We are going to get the default styles from Stream. Once you have done this, we can get our API key. So let's open up the .env file under the front end. So we have this Stream API key, right? So I'll copy the name. Let's say const stream underscore API key. And this is going to be equal to import.meta.env, and we're going to pass the value. So this is going to give us the environment variable, and we'll be using this API key in a second. First, let's get the ID from the URL, right? So we'll say use params, which is something that is coming from React Router. So this is going to give you the ID. If you take a look at the app.jsx, this is what we called as ID, right? If this was something like hello, then you need to get this as hello, right? I hope that makes sense. But in this case, we'll go with ID. And I just want to rename this so that my code is a little bit clean. I'll just say this is the call ID, right? And let's try to get the user and if clerk is loaded from use user hook, because we're going to use these fields. This should be is loaded. And then we would like to get a couple of different states. The first one is client. Let's say set client, which is the stream client, right? So let's say use state. Initially, this is going to be null. Once we connect it, it's going to get a value. Then the call itself. Again, this is a state. Maybe I can just copy and paste. to speed up the process. Again, initially it's gonna be null, but we're gonna update that. And the is connecting field, initially it's going to be true. Then we can type out a query. So let's say we're gonna get some data. Let's say we could get the loading state, but for now I'll just ignore that. So we'll say we'll get some data from use query. That's gonna take an object. Let's say query key is something like stream token. And for the query function, we're gonna run the get stream token API call that we have. And we only want to run this if user is authenticated. So we'll say enabled if we have user. Now this is an object. Let's convert this to be a boolean. So either true or false. We're gonna use this JavaScript trick. Okay, and I want to rename this to be something like token data, so that my code is a little bit more clean and easy to read. Then I'll have a use effect. Let's call this and initialize it. Okay, so here I'll have a function. So maybe initially it's not gonna make sense, but just follow along with me. I promise it's gonna make sense. Okay, so we'll say init call. This is the function name. We're gonna create it. And let's say something like if there is no token data dot user, sorry, not user but token, or let's say something like if there is no user, or if there is no call ID, just return and don't do anything. But else we can try something, right? So under the try, I'll say const give me a video client, which is going to be new stream video client. So we're going to call this class, which is coming from here. We are importing it. And this is going to take an object. So here we'll say the API key, which is our variable stream API key. Say stream API key. And then we're going to pass the object, which is the user itself. So let's pass the user data, like the ID of the user. Let's say user.id. Let's say name, user.name. If we can type correctly, it should be user.fullname. And then finally, I'll put the image, which is the user.image URL. Okay, then I think we're just gonna pass the token so that Stream knows that we are authenticated. And this is gonna be token data.token. Okay, now why do we say .token? It's because if you open up your controller, we are returning it under the token key, right? If this was something like token, let's say 123, then you would say .token 123, right? I'm just trying to make sure that you understand everything. Okay, so that's gonna give us the video client, and we would like to update our state with it. Just before we do so, I'll say something like const call instance, and everything is coming from the documentation, by the way. So let's say video client dot call. Let's say the first object, which is the type. Let's say it's gonna be just a default, and then we can get the call ID, and you can take a look at that. It wants you to pass the ID. Let's say call ID. Okay, now we'll say await call instance dot join, and we're gonna just pass an object by saying create true. And you can read it like what it does. So if you just hover over this, it says if you pass true, the call will be created if it doesn't already exist, right? So here we'll just pass true. If it has existed, it is just going to join. But if it doesn't exist, it's going to create it from the scratch. I hope that makes sense. Now let's say set client. We're gonna pass the video client. And then finally for the set call, we'll just say call instance. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. For the first time, this might look a little bit weird or maybe confusing, but it's actually pretty easy. We just create the video client so that we can interact with our, the session where we can, send messages in the video calling. We can add reactions, that kind of thing. And then we have the call, which is our state, and we're going to be using it. So we're going to basically pass it into a component. So these are the things. Now in the catch, I'd like to put something like console.log. I'll just keep it easy and simple. I'll say error init call, and we can pass the error. And then finally, I'll just reset my loading state. So I'll say set is connecting to be equal to false. Alright, so that's it for the entire use effect. We created the function, but we are never calling it. Let's say init call the method, and we would like to run this whenever the token data changes, or user, or the call ID, right? Any of them changes, this use effect should run again. Just before we get into the return statement, I'd like to put a loading state. So I'll say if we are connecting, or if clerk is not loaded, say something like, I'll just say return. So I'll just return a div. Let's say class name. It's going to be height of screen, flex, justify centered, and item centered, so that it is in the middle of the screen. And for the content, I'll say something like connecting to call, and I'll just put 3 dots. Okay, now we can get into the return statement right here. So let's first clean this up. I'll say I'd like to return a div with these classes. Let's say class name, height is going to be screen, so that it is taking the entire space. Flex direction of column. Let's say items will be centered, and then justify will be centered as well. And then we can say background gray of 100. Okay, within this, I'll create one more div with the relative class, and it's also gonna have things like width, full, and maximum width of 4x large. And finally, we'll just center this. I'll say mx auto. Now within this, I'll say if there is a call, and if we have the client, let's say client and call, in this case, we would like to run the right hand side. So here I'll actually put a question mark. We're gonna run this part, else we're gonna run this part. So here we would like to have the stream video component, and this wants you to pass something, which is going to be the client that we have. So we'll say client is going to be equal to the client, and then we'll have a stream call component. Again, we are importing this at the top of the file, and we're gonna pass the call into it. Okay, now this knows, what is the stream project that we have, right? It's the client, and then which call that we are trying to connect. And within this, we can say something like call content. And this is a component that we are going to create in a second. In the else case, let's format this. Okay, now in the else case, I'll say something like, just give me a div. And within this, I'll say p could not, let's say, could not initialize call. Please try, or let's say, please refresh or try again later. And here we can add some classes like flex, item centered. So flex, item centered, justify centered, as well as, let's say, height of full. Okay, so that's it. Now let's save. We are going to create the call content component, which will be around 10 lines of code. So here I can basically just scroll to the bottom. Let's do it before the export. Let's say const call content, which is going to be a regular component. So here within this, I'll say first from the use call state hooks, we're gonna destructure some stuff, which is going to be a hook. So I'll say use call calling state, and then we can say const calling state, and we're gonna call this hook. So this looks a little bit weird, but I think that's really convenient. Basically, you have a hook, which is going to give you a couple of different hooks, right? They have like a bunch of, I don't know, maybe 50, 100, I don't know. They have a bunch of different hooks that you can use. And in this case, we are going to be calling this so that we can get the call state. If user has just joined, if they just left, things like that. And then we'll also get the navigate function. So let's say navigate from use navigate. Okay, now we can say something like if the calling state is equal to calling state, let's say calling state dot left. So here you can see we have things like joined, joining, left, offline. In this case, we'll say if it is equal to left, we can just return without doing anything, but we'll just take the user and navigate them to the home page because they just left the call, if that makes sense. And finally, we're gonna return the UI. So here I'll say return, which is going to be the stream theme. If I can type correctly, let's say stream theme. Again, we are importing this at the top of the file. So they are all coming from the video SDK. So within the stream theme, we're gonna just pass the speaker layout, which is a self-closed component, and then the call controls. Okay, so believe it or not, that's the entire component. Here we just imported the toast. Let's try to use it. Maybe here in the catch block. So I'll say toast.error cannot connect to the call or something like that. Okay, so we can save and test this out. I know that there are some weird stuff that is going on here, but everything is coming from the stream documentation. So maybe if you just, let's say, delete this component and tomorrow told me to type this out from scratch, maybe I couldn't, which is completely fine because I initially built this by looking at the documentation and then I just played around with it a little bit to make it working in our case. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. We'll just go ahead and test this out here in the localhost. So let's try to refresh, and I have another session that is running, this user and this one, right? So here I'll send a video calling, let's say, link, right? And from here, let's try to connect to it. So we have a notification. Let's go ahead and test this out. So that's the link. Let's click to it. It'll take us to the call/marketing. We have the loading state. Let's say hello. Just give the access to the FaceTime and for the microphone. So it is working. It is completely real time. We can add some reactions, right? Okay, now from the second screen, here I'll go ahead and join as well. So let me actually mute this so that there is no echo. I'll connect with the other account. It should be just right here. Okay, so it also, oops, let me mute this. Okay, so it also has the microphone. Everything is working correctly as expected. So I'll maybe just put them side by side. And it's completely responsive because the stream theme just does that. So here, let's add a reaction so everyone can see it in real time. We can turn this off so that you can see it clearly. We can share our screen if we really wanted to, which could be a specific tab, the entire screen, or just a specific window, right? Okay, let's go with this tab. Okay, so it is live. Whenever I do something, the other user can see it. Let's say stop sharing, and you can play around with it. You can even take a, let's say, screen recording. So this is going to take a couple of seconds, and then it's going to start the recording. And once you say stop that, you should be able to either fetch it from your application or you can see it in your dashboard. So in this case, I'm not going to implement the functionality to fetch the calls, but if you take a look at your dashboard, you should be able to see the video recordings, I believe, under the Explorer. And this could be either one-on-one, or if other users wants to join, they can join. So, it could be in direct messages or in a group calls, like you can have 100 other different users right here. And if you just say, leave the call, it should take you to the homepage, and this user cannot really see the other one, right? For some reason, we have an error, but if we refresh, it should be working out correctly. Okay, so here looks like we have some kind of an error. So I'll kill this. So here under the direct messages, we just got the recording as well. So why are we fetching this? This is something that I just see. When I was building this app, I didn't see this error, but let's test this out, how to get rid of that. Under the home page, we are fetching the channel list and passing the channels. So under the custom channel preview, So it is not this one. Let's see where that is coming from. So it was under the users list because it is coming from the direct messages, if you can see, right? So let's go ahead and see when we query the users, we get everything that is not equal to the user ID. So we can even customize this. So here basically I just paused the video and try to see the response. For some reason we are getting the recordings under the users as well. I don't know why this is the case, but we can fix it. So here, I'm not sure if you can see it, we have 3 different results. And if you take a look at that, the only difference that I can see under the ID, this one always starts with recording, right? It includes the recording. So what we can do is just get rid of that in this list. So for that reason, I'll just say something like, from the response, you would like to filter out anything that starts with recording dash, right? So this is users only, and we can just return that. So I'll say users only. Probably there is a better solution, but this one works out. So I'll just save and test it out. Refresh this page. Now we don't really see the recordings. Okay, so that was my solution that we have right here. And other than this, I think this section is completely done, where we have the call page that I can walk you through it pretty quickly. So we have all of our imports. This is not the important part. The important part is under the call page. So we would like to have the token so that Stream knows that we are authenticated. And when we call this method, we are basically creating a client by passing our API key, the user information, as well as the token, right? Then we have the call instance because we are going to update our state, and we're going to pass this call under right here, under the stream call component. Then we have the same thing for this state. And here this creates as, if you pass true, it is going to create a call if it doesn't already exist. But if it existed, it's going to just join. I hope that makes sense. Then we have the loading state, our components, and for the call content, we just say if user left, take them to the home page, otherwise show them the stream components. So these are actually making the call to be, have this layout that we just seen in a couple of minutes ago. So with that, I think that's it for the call page. Let's close everything and create a new branch so that we can send a pull request. So for the name, I'll say video calling, and then stage our changes. Let's say call page completed. And then we'll get the pull request. So this is the stream docs. Here, let's go ahead and say get the source code and create a pull request. And then we can wait for the suggestions. Then we'll just end the section. And here it goes. These are the new things, the bug fixes that we have done in this section, a quick walkthrough of the files, as well as a sequence diagram that if you would like to see in detail, just open up the source code, zoom in and take a look at the entire thing. So you can navigate easily with these buttons. And then here we have some suggestions, I believe. So it says this package doesn't really work with React 19. It may cause some runtime issues, but in our case, it's completely fine. So this is maybe something that you would keep in mind if it was a big company that you're trying to build, but in our case, it's completely fine. And here it says, instead of users only, you could say something like filtered and make this to your state, which is fine. But in our case, like this is not a potential issue. We can just leave what we have. It is working completely. Then when it comes to use effect, it says instead of doing it in this way, you could create some variables so that you can handle the unmount case, which is absolutely acceptable. Actually, this is what we have done in the past sections, right? Under the custom hook that we have, this is a similar thing that we have done so that we can handle the cleanup. But in this case, I'll just skip this because this is a little bit too much advanced. if you wanted to have this, just find it from the source code under the pull requests. Okay, and then finally, okay, this is fine. Here it says, instead of calling it in this way, maybe you could wrap it with a use effect. I think that's also doable, but in our case, it's also fine. So here I'll go ahead and merge the pull request. So once again, these are the things that would really help you if you are a solo developer where you're building with, let's say, AI, where you don't really read your code a lot. So you would just come here and see all the potential issues and fix them so that your code base is safe. But in our case, this is a tutorial, so we don't really need to implement every single one of these suggestions. So I hope that makes sense. Now let's say confirm. This is done. We'll go here, switch to the master, and get our latest changes. So let's say sync this up. Okay, now our code base is completely up to date that we can see under the call page. So with that, that's gonna be it for this section, and hopefully I'll see you in the next one. So now that our application is working as expected, maybe it is time to deploy the front-end application as well. Currently, we just have the backend deployed. In this section, we'll try to deploy the front-end in Vercel as well. Okay, so you can just test it out. Everything is working as expected. We have tested out in the past sections. Here I just realized we have another bug. Here, let's go ahead and fix it. Under the, I think, create channel model, we are trying to fetch some users, right? Here, just before we say response.users, we could do the same thing that we have done under the users list, right? So I'll just copy this, paste it right here. This will basically go ahead and get rid of every single recording. And let's say we're going to set the state to be users only. Okay, so that's it. Now let's see what we're gonna get. If I just try to refresh, open this up. Okay, now we don't really see the recordings in this list. And now just before we deploy this, we need to set up a couple of different things in our code base. So let's go ahead and first get started with the backend folder. So here under the server.js, for the course, we have localhost 5173. Which is fine in development, but in production, our front end is not going to be this URL, right? It's not going to be a localhost. So it's going to be a different value, something like, let's say, HTTPS, let's say my/frontend.com or something, right? So we don't really know what's going to happen. So we can delete this and make it an environment variable. So I'll go under the env. Let's add our key. Here I'll say something like maybe client underscore URL, and we'll just say get this from the .env file. And now let's try to create it in development, which is now let's say client URL. In development is going to be localhost. So this is our front end URL. We can save this. But in the deployment, we are going to change this to be our front-end application, right? So under the Vercel dashboard, in the, the backend project, we are going to update it. So you're going to see what I mean. Just for now, put the localhost for the client URL. We can save this file and go right here. Let's say env.client URL. Okay, so this is as if we have localhost here in this case. We can save this file and get started with the next step, which is to go under the front end. Let's say go under the main.jsx. Instead of having this as a hard-coded value, in the past I said we're gonna make this to be an environment variable, right? So I'll just cut the value. Let's say this is going to be something like, yeah, I think I can just accept it. With Sentry DSN. Under the .env file, under the front end, I'll paste the value, and for the key, I'll just get this as the key. Okay, so the key and the value. And we can save this file, then we'll go under the lib, under the axios.js. So here, instead of putting it in this way, like localhost in development and in production, whatever the backend is, instead we can just delete this entire part, but I'll just leave it as a comment so that you can have it in the source code. So let's say we will have base URL, and I'll just say this is going to be an environment variable, something like, let's say import meta.env, and I'll say feed underscore API base URL. So you can put anything as the name, but this is what I'll be going with. So let's copy it. We'll go under the env file under the front end, paste this in as our key, and for the value, this is our backend URL. In development, right? It is localhost, but in production, this is going to be a different value, which was this one. So I think this looks a lot more cleaner than this, so I'll just leave it as it is. And for the comment, I'll say this was the first version. We just changed it at the end of the project, right? At the end of the tutorial. So this is just a comment so that you don't get confused. If you don't watch the video, if you don't watch the tutorial, but just take a look at the code base, so people might ask, what the hell is this? That's why I'm adding these comments. Okay, so I think that's the entire thing. We can close everything. Just one more thing, under the front end, I'd like to change the title of this project, right? So here, instead of Vite plus React, I'll say something like Slack clone, and we can update the fav icon as well. So that's going to be under the index.html. You can put anything as the title. Here I'll just go something like Slack clone. For the fav icon, I think we can just use the logo.png, which is this one. Okay, so let's save and try to commit our changes, right? You could create a separate branch. In this case, I'll just go ahead, commit it under the master. Let's add everything to the staging area, and I'll say ready for deployment. Or let's just say deployment config edit. And while typing this out, I just realized we are missing one more file, which is fine. So let's try to create it. Now under the front end, we need to create the vercel.json file. This is going to be needed so that Vercel can understand that we have multiple different pages, right? So it can handle the routing. So when you say, go to the call page, it goes to call page, right? So this navigation happens without breaking our application. And for Vercel to be able to understand it, we are going to write 3 or 4 lines of code. So head over to the source code, under the front end, find this file, copy the content and paste this in. So I'll just paste that in, super simple. This is going to handle that navigation errors, okay? Okay, with that, now we can once again stage this one as well. Everything is under the staged area. We'll say deployment config edit. Now we can commit this, sync the changes. So in our source code, let's refresh. We just got the latest changes, right? So this is our backend API, but now it's time to get the front end. Here, that was the source code, which is Slack clone. We are going to deploy the front end only. So let's say import under the Vercel. For the project name, I'll say Slack clone front end. The other one was backend. This is going to be front end. The root directory that we would like to deploy is this one, which is a Vite application. Just make sure to select this as Vite. And then we can add some environment variables, which are gonna be, let's go ahead, copy it. Just copy everything under the frontend.env file. So paste this in, but you would like to update the base URL, right? API base URL. It's not going to be a localhost, but whatever the backend that you have. So go ahead, copy this entire URL and paste this in. Make sure at the end you have /API. Okay, and just leave everything as it is. Now we can deploy it. Hopefully we are not gonna get any errors. This should take like 20 seconds or maybe 1 minute. Once it is done, I'll just be right back. And you can see the logs right here, by the way. Okay, so it looks like we got the congratulations message. I'll say continue to dashboard. And this is our front-end domain. So I'll click to it. It should take us to the auth page. Here we go. But there is one thing that we need to fix, which is going to be the .env under the backend. So here we have client URL as localhost in our code base, which is fine. But in deployment, we need to make the client URL to be this value, right? So let's go ahead and visit our Vercel dashboard and select the backend project. So from the dropdown, go ahead and select your backend project for the Slack clone. Under the settings, we have some environment variables, right? And here we would like to add this value. So let's copy the client URL. This is our key. We're gonna paste this in, and then for the URL, just copy everything other than auth. So this is our URL. Paste this in, and you can delete the latest /. That's fine. So this is our URL, right? Now let's say save. Since we have updated the environment variables, we just added new one. We would like to redeploy our backend so that it can, it can actually affect the project. So this will take a couple of seconds. Once again, let's see, view the deployment. Once it is done, I'll just be right back. All right, so it has just been deployed. It's ready. We can test out our application. I'll just refresh. This is our front-end app live on the internet, right? It is like, it has an actual URL. The title has changed as well as the fav icon. Let's say get started. I'll log in with my account. So I just logged in successfully. Now I'll copy the URL, and from a different account, I'll try to log in as well. So here it is, which is going to be this account. So let me put them side by side. This user is offline, right? Now once I log in, it should be online right here immediately. So say continue. So we just connected. Let's try to visit our chat app. Under the marketing, we can like switch between the channels, but I don't know why this is not online. Maybe we should refresh. Okay, so this user is also online. So here I'll just try to put them side by side and test out if it is, working in real time. Like it should, but let's say we are under the marketing. Hey, we have the typing indicator, send the message, say hi. We can send anything like a poll, let's say, something and something one, let's say something two. We can create it. It should be here, everyone can see it. Since this user has created that, he can say something like end this vote. Let's say end, and we have some results. So this one won, right? We can send a video calling link. As you can tell, this time it is not localhost, but instead whatever the current URL is. And we can test out if it is going to work or not. So I'll try to log in, or just join. I'll just give the access. Okay, so let's do the same thing for this account. Okay, so as you can tell, it is ready. It is working in real time without any issues. We can add reactions like we have already tested out, but if you wanted to, you can do once again. In this case, I'll just leave the call for both of these accounts. Alright, so I think we have completed the entire project. Now this doesn't look like a complete Slack clone, I know that, but I think the general idea is the same, right? You can create channels that is either private or public. You can send messages in real time. You can send files, create polls, like have pinned messages, reactions. You can even do video calling. So it's like such a complex project, I think, at this point. Maybe one feature that you can add would be creating different workspaces, right? So you would have one workspace let's say for your organization, and then another one for, you know, something else. So that's one challenge, one to do that I could give you. Other than this, like what we have done in this video, these are all the things that we have gone through. So we have built an API, implemented an authentication system, we have handled the errors, and we are getting notified by Sentry. We learn how to set up and use the TanStack query, real-time messaging, video calling with Stream, protected channels which are, you know, private, and we can also create public channels. Then we have learned how to deploy both our front-end and back-end applications successfully. And then we have learned how to run background jobs with Inngest. And then we have learned about Axios interceptors and how to create authenticated requests. Then we'll learn how to, you know, create a pull request, you know, merge them, things like that. The list is like going on and on. I just want to keep it simple and leave it right here. So with that, I hope you enjoyed the entire project. You can find the source code in GitHub. I'll just put the link in the description. So yeah, with that, hopefully I'll see you in the next video.